I am testing the edges of an acceptable start time, so I apologize for that. I have someone who really likes messaging me just before I go live, and I'm trying to figure out if this is they just forget or if this is quite deliberately seeing whether or not they can get you know, the attention, the sacrifice for broadcasting. But I don't like leaving people in a lurch. So I appreciate you putting up with me. I'm going to do Industries of Titan tonight, as I'm sure most of you will have already seen by the different labelings and such. I just wanted to make sure that I've got my quality options and all the other details, which I do. And I'm also trying to remember where I'm at with a lot of the games, because as we learned yesterday with Terra Invicta, and this is true for Industries of Titan as well, not every cloud save crossed over. I knew that was going to be the case for Industries of Titan because Epic was kind of yelling at me over the size of the save files and that. And I actually am really not sure why that is. But we obviously played the game since then. So I'm going to be quiet and let you all enjoy a nice cinematic.
Titan. Everyone comes to Titan with a dream. Our moon is one of limitless wealth. There are ancient riches here for those with the strength to claim them. But some dreams start smaller. A better life, more dignity, more comfort. Today, Titan is a place where you can buy those dreams, where anyone can profit. But it isn't easy. You have to prove yourself here. Those who settle here take that risk. And without their diligent labor, our power grid would fail. Pollution would overwhelm us. And our trade would collapse. It's hard work, but on Titan, hard work isn't enough. The bold, the strong, those are the people Titan rewards. Those are the ones who see their dreams through. Exceptional people. Friends to the Council. That is why we're giving you this opportunity, Founder. We expect great things from you. Make sure you live up to our expectations.
So, this game is still... so we're just on the eve of December, so it's not clear whether or not this will be...
Welcome to Titan. We are so pleased you've chosen Titan to start your next venture. Thank you for joining us. The Council will make it worth your while. You will find that some features are missing due to your early arrival, but we will be adding more as your corporation grows. You may find unexpected bugs, what with your land being newly excavated. Please report these problems via our Discord or the in-game bug reporter, so we might act upon them. We look forward to seeing what marvelous enterprise you build here, Founder. Signed, the Council.
Oh, this is interesting. I haven't run into this before. So this is making me think that I've totally lost the save from last time, which is fine. This is always a nice opportunity to do new things. But I guess I didn't do... Well, I guess that's right, because I would have done Godless last week. Okay, fair enough. Well, we will do a new, run with, I wonder if that means all my codex, progress is lost as well. It's been a while since I've read the codex, but like I said, I was running a bit late, so just make sure I'm going to turn this on temporarily. I sometimes notice that VSync will automatically set it to like 100, or sorry, to 60, even though I've got a 144 monitor. But yeah, so I am a huge fan of this game, but it is worth mentioning that Brace Yourself did give me a copy of this for promotional purposes. This was way back in the early versions of Industries of Titan, so it's been really exciting to see this game develop. Now, it doesn't have a release date yet. They are kind of getting ready to ship it. I would probably not be surprised if it's released in 2023 now, because it's really hard to see how, like the Christmas, it's kind of hard to see how like the holiday season is going to be an opportune time for selling this. And then of course Dwarf Fortress is coming out in December 6th, so that's less than a week away. Or is it exactly a week away? I think it's less than a week away. But yeah, we've got, it's almost certainly Tuesday. Like, everything seems to get released on a Tuesday, but now I'm curious. I'm probably saying stupid stuff. Yes, less than a week away. Probably shouldn't have even had to check. But yeah, anyways, I am very excited for it. But again, it's not 100% clear when the full thing is going to be coming out. I have noticed, actually, that there is some taste for this on YouTube, which I'm delighted by, because I think that means people will, well, personally, I hope that means people are interested in the game, and they're going to be, that's going to translate into success on the full release. But if you are one of those people hanging out, so first of all, chances are that'll be on YouTube, and I appreciate that waiting 10 minutes to get started on a video is always a pain. But I am hoping not only for these videos to be sort of helping people push things over the edge as far as, deciding whether or not the game is for them, but I do actually intend to do some special videos for Industries of Titan, hopefully to coincide with its release, but we'll see where things are going. By the way, I will not keep this on the screen. I just want to see how it performs when I get into the main game. But yeah, it is, of course, important to do the disclosure on those sorts of things, which I've done. And if you are not aware of Brace Yourself Games, I highly recommend them. Canadian game developer, a bunch of sweethearts as far as I can tell. And they're based in Vancouver, and they're probably best known for Crypt of the Necrodancer. But they have 2 games in early access right now, Industries of Titan and Phantom Brigade. They have just recently opened up a publishing division, so they also are a publisher now, and their first game for publishing is Godless, which we played last week. We will be playing some more of. And then they have announced one more new game, which is Rift of the Necrodancer, but I believe there are possibly 2 unannounced games that they're working on, but I could be mistaken on that. It's always a little tricky to, essentially what I'm trying to do is pick up the occasional words that you'll hear on like the live stream or on tweets or something like that. So it may be that they're working on 2 projects, one of which is Rift of the Necrodancer and one is unannounced, in addition to the ones that we can currently play. But needless to say, there's a lot of really, really good stuff here, and they continue to impress. And more importantly, if you follow the people at Brace Yourself Games, you actually get to see a number of people sort of grow and develop in terms of their careers. There are people who started out in one role and are now responsible for other things on some of the upcoming games. So it's a fun company to follow, not just because they make good games, but because they seem to do sort of social media and broadcasting quite well. They've got a great Twitch channel. A lot of the people are accessible either through the Discord, through their Twitter accounts, and it's just a fun company to follow because you sort of get to see a bit of an idea in terms of where people's interests lie outside of the games that you directly see, and then you every once in a while get to see how some of those interests will fold into things that wind up showing up in the game. A good example of this, if you read their blog, they talk about having sort of a free Friday. So this is their version of Google's 20% time. And so one of the ways that translated into something for the game is that a lot of the really nice lighting effects in the evening actually have come as a result of people sort of playing around with things on those free days. So again, an interesting company, interesting people behind it, and it makes it, for me at least, that much more fun to sort of follow along. In any case, I am going to play the new campaign mode. This was introduced in the last update, I believe, and was available in the experimental version, which I'm currently playing earlier. But this was one that, it's a really interesting story behind this, because this is something that was sort of proposed early on in the game's life. And it was something that I think the team was quite clear that they didn't think it was very feasible, that it was an interesting idea. This is the one thing about a lot of suggestions. I think actually Tom Francis has done a talk or a blog, I'm pretty sure it was a talk about this, where a lot of the advice that you will get in either early access or people playing early builds of a game are not necessarily bad ideas. In fact, this will sound kind of glib, but I'd almost go so far as to say is that good ideas are actually not as rare as you might think, but they're also not necessarily feasible. You need a good idea that is something that you can also implement, something that you can put into a game, something that you can, will fit the overall vision, because putting one thing in means that you're taking time away from another potential thing that you could put in. And of course, because there's lots of very good ideas, you're fighting. All of those ideas are sort of competing for the time to be implemented. But as the game has kind of gone by, there have been some changes to the roadmap, and I realize that these have been kind of controversial, which to me is a shame, because I think that can sometimes create an incentive for people not to be upfront about what's going on. So essentially, the team decided to cut some things from the roadmap, which doesn't necessarily mean that they'll never be implemented in the game, but it definitely means that they're not going to be implemented for the 1.0 version of the game. And I suspect that probably post-release, depending on the game's reception, that's probably going to have the largest, that's going to be the largest factor to decide whether or not some of those things that were originally exciting, whether or not they get implemented. But what I liked about that post was that they didn't just say what was being cut and what was being added, because it's important to remember that things were being added as well as being cut. But they gave reasons for it, and I actually thought that they were very helpful reasons. And they kind of explained to me why they did what they did. Because there were some things that I was looking forward to on the roadmap that were removed. But the introduction of, the new perks at the start, that kind of winds up replacing the different factions. And then one of the things that came out of that was that campaign mode all of a sudden fit this new vision of the game quite a bit better. And again, I know there's going to be a lot of focus on what was originally on the roadmap and what was taken away, and and maybe not so much focus on this really neat campaign mode that was added. But to me, this is the sort of thing I personally appreciate a lot, because essentially it's a developer treating me like a grown-up. And of course, my expectation would be that I give them a grown-up response. That doesn't mean that you sort of bow down as benevolent, developer, thank you for, for doing this thing I'm upset by. If you don't think the changes are that good, if they're looking for feedback, there are ways to respectfully communicate that and maybe suggest where these things may be causing some anxiety. Because in the end, that's going to help sort of guide where things are going through. But my view is that if you provide feedback and you do so in an unkind way, what you're doing is you're making it more costly to implement that feedback. That essentially a developer or whoever's reading that message to pass it on to a developer has to sort of extract the useful thing from sort of the shell of anger. And don't get me wrong, it's tough. I can actually share an email I sent at work that's probably an example of me failing to do this. But it does have a couple of good lines in it that I really didn't want to lose. But, you know, like, the thing is that I'd actually argue that games probably wouldn't be better if... Games would not be as good as they are in terms of early access if everybody was like me. I'm generally pretty happy with stuff that I play and it gets put in front of me. But, of course, the progress is going to come from people who say, I'm really not that comfortable with how this thing works. And, you know, like, obviously I'm going to wind up with a better game because the developers are then able to sort of turn around and see, it's like, okay, so this thing's causing some pain. How can we work around it? The sorts of feedback that's more like, you know, you need to set this value from, you know, 1 to 10 or whatever. Probably not as interesting because, I mean, these people are living with the game, right? They probably have looked at most of the things that get suggested that way. Not always, but there's actually one example of this. I think early on in the game when it was released on Steam, a lot of people were really focused about whether or not it was like even or not. Like basically the relative benefits of doing like small versus large containers. And one of the things is that at the time, like the balance maybe didn't quite make as much sense in that individual moment, but at least for me, I'd sort of see it's like, well, yeah, but they're also working towards, you know, sort of a fuller experience. And so, you know, it may not work right now, but do I really want people sort of tweaking that particular balance when the whole factory system isn't necessarily in? My feeling on that might be different now that the game is closer to release and whether or not they plan on really adjusting the factories all that much. So the other thing is that sometimes, and this kind of is just repeating the point with campaign, sometimes ideas that don't make a lot of sense at time zero, might make more sense at like time 1 or time 2. As time goes by and you sort of realize what possibilities are available to you, all of a sudden things that didn't make as much sense under one set of assumptions do start making more sense under another set. So the campaign mode, I think, is a really good example of that, because it's not exactly a small thing, but under the current vision of the game, it's actually something that's quite enjoyable, and I really like that the team was sort of flexible enough to take something like that on. Because I remember when I saw the campaign mode suggestion, like, oh, that would be wonderful, and I imagined that the game would not get anything else done. But they found a way to put it in, which I think is really cool. I'm going to disable the tutorials because I'm rather familiar with it, and we will call it Metamarch Associates. We'll go for the face. It looks like this is your first time playing. Tutorials are enabled by default, but entirely optional. You can opt out at any time from the pause menu, contact the advisors should you need some help, discover additional lore content even after skipping or completing all tutorials. I'm still going to skip it this time around. I will maybe try and do, for release, I'll do like a first playthrough with everything enabled. I'm probably being shouted down by the game, but yeah, right now it sort of feels... Oh, that's right. I think this game is going to be a bit loud, so if anybody's in chat, if you can just help me get a level for the game to voice volume. Sorry, I gotta make my choices first. So I think I usually go for a bunch of extra employees, but the costs go up quite a bit now. So the extra credits will get me more buildings, the extra influence will get me more tiles. I'm going to start with more tiles. Okay, so in campaign mode, the objective, as it says here, is to capture 2 corporate sectors. So there are these gold ones over here, but you don't get direct access to them. What you need to do are sort of the intermediate levels in between to sort of get access to the rest of the map. Now this one seems to be the most attractive here because, well, number one, it's short, but it kind of seems to be on the path to these 2 in the corner. So we've got short 7 rebel camps. So that's actually going to be quite challenging to deal with. But let's jump in and see what happens. Most new migrants come to Titan with big dreams. It lets the council know that their promotional material is working. Okay, I usually have... Ah, interesting. They, I don't have my same starting bonus as I usually do. So, we've got insurance policy, generate 500 credits whenever a citizen dies. Citizens earn 20% fewer credits, or 20% less credits, sorry. Experimental fuel tanks, fuel silos next to crevices fill up with fuel automatically. Fuel silos explode twice as big. Fuel silos explode for more damage. Fuel silos have 30% less health, and fuel turbine buildings are 50% less effective. That one I'm kind of inclined to trying out. And then resourceful research. Scrapping tech increases research efficiency by 25%, but it takes the same time as research. And then cheap construction materials. Buildings take 75% less time to build, but they have 50% less health. The two that I'm considering right now would be experimental fuel tanks or resourceful research, and ultimately this is a question of conservatism. Do I really want to radically alter my playstyle, or do I want to do I want to try something a little more conventional? Because I don't scrap a lot of tech, so this is effectively the same as not picking a bonus. I think I'm going to do experimental fuel tanks, but that is going to have some consequences here. So I do tend to be mean to my employees. I'm starting with 4,000 credits, so I want to get my... Basically, I want to get my my energy plans in place. So we'll start with an energy plant. But in this case, instead of a fuel turbine, I'm actually going to get a fuel silo. And that's because of the bonus that I picked. Now we only have one crevice, which is going to be a little bit of a worry for me, but it does let me know what I need to, what I need to do with the minerals. Now we can't get a shipyard because those cost 5,000 now. That's actually definitely a pretty radical change at the start. This does mean we'll need a defense turret. And so I've got 1k left over, and what I usually tend to do is neglect my smokestacks. So I'm going to start with one of those right away. Next up, at the start of the game, I have a slight preference for adjusting in terms of the priority. So I like to put extract ruins above salvage and survey, and the reason for this is that generally, so think about the reason why you'd want like repair or construct to be above something like, say, checking out the ruins. Well, when you have like a construction job, generally you're like, okay, build that building over there, and you kind of expect to see everybody run along and work on the thing immediately. What's sometimes frustrating is if you do a construction order and you see a bunch of people standing around, or you see people scanning for artifacts or something like that. You're like, no, like I told you to build a building, go build that. So for a similar reason, I sort of feel that extract ruins is a bit like construction. What you have here is, okay, I see something I want you to buzz that thing down and get me that thing I want. And the default is if you have a big queue of exploration to do, they're going to do all of the exploration first and then take down the resources. And of course, at the start, ruins are probably going to be your primary source of building materials. So for me, generally, I want people to be following through on the extraction as soon as possible. Actually, sorry, not even just extraction, but I want them to do the salvage as well. So for me, survey ruins is actually a lower priority than extraction and salvaging, because in the end I sort of see the survey as being something that you do in the background rather than being sort of the primary goal. So that's the one change that I make. There used to be other changes that I made, but they actually incorporated them into the game, so I was happy about it because it was one fewer thing, or one less thing for me to, sorry, I don't know why I keep saying fewer. It was one less thing for me to worry about. Now, one thing that I do tend to blow at the start is I don't use my starting people all that well. So we'll see if we can... Well, starting people and starting resources all that well, to be honest. We'll start by mining out the minerals. So we're definitely going to have a big surplus of workers. I refuse to believe that there are 16 idle employees. They've got plenty of stuff to do. Yeah, it's more like it. So as always, we're going to take care of the stuff in the headquarters first, and then we'll see if there are some other possibilities. Alright, so this generates zethane. I guess this isn't by a crevice, so it doesn't matter as much. So I am going to extract it for the... Yeah, all of these I'm going to extract for artifacts. And I'll want to claim this one early and this one early because they get rid of minerals and isotopes pretty much immediately. But I have some time before that happens. Moving on, I'm also going to make one... Actually, it occurred to me, maybe at the start, I should do one other goal, which is to move isotopes over moving minerals, because isotopes are how I build factories, which I want to get building pretty much right away. We're going to fill up on our container pretty early on, so let's start with some energy. I'll get some fuel pretty soon after. Again, there's no big rush for... Oh, sorry, I should also be doing research. Ad revenue, burrow cost, HQ range. Okay, I pretty much always do HQ range as early as I can. We're also getting some artifacts, so I want to unlock citizens, and when we get 5 artifacts, I'll unlock the council for trade as well. Okay, some other details. Let's start getting a power grid down, so we'll need zethane, or fuel extractor. And at some point I'm going to need to put down an energy bridge and a relay. I guess I can do the relay now. So again, I still need to find isotopes for building the factories. I'm actually going to need 6. 2 to build the factory. Well, I can actually do slightly less. Well, okay, we'll see. We'll see if it makes sense. I can actually get by with just 2 and then refine my way to it. We'll see whether or not it turns out that way or not. Sorry, that's not true. Wait, yes it is. Yeah, I'm going to see if I can only use 2... Yeah, okay. I'm going to give myself a little challenge here. So I'm going to build my... So this factory I'm going to build close to the... close to the council hall. The reason for this... So the council hall and the spaceport are unpleasant places to live. So generally you want to put your residences and all of that further away. So I'm going to give myself a little bit of a challenge this time. I want to see if I can get a refiner for isotopes built before I expand the factory and, you know, take care of all that other stuff. Well, we definitely need another storage container for that, or I need to build more stuff. So an energy bridge is a good start. But yeah, in this case, I want to see if I can minimize the the use of tier 1 isotopes. But right now I want to free up the space for the minerals. So let's get you... Okay, that's a nice big stack of minerals that I can get out of that. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is get a refinery down. So we will start by building... Oh, I already messed up my design. So in this case, I'm going to start by putting in an isotope input. We'll still need a spot for an employee. We'll need a place for the level 1 processor. How are we looking in the headquarters? That's got space for 12. So as long as we have 10 minerals, I'll be fine. This still feels wrong. Okay, so I put an employee module down here. Yeah, okay. So I did sort of mess it up, but we'll still be able to make it work. Again, if there's anybody inside a chat, I suspect that I'm being drowned out by the game, and if I could get some levels, just if people can let me know when the volume works out, I'd appreciate that. I don't really want to do that solo, but it's occurred to me that I also want to get rid of the frame rate because I know what I need to know. But yeah, if I do that on my own, that's going to be incredibly tedious for people to watch, and it's actually not really going to give. It's really not going to give people what they need. So I'd rather just do this when there's someone who regularly watches the stream who can say, okay, yeah, this is good or this is too loud. Maybe what I'll do is, for a start, put the 2 down to 8. I think that's still a little loud for me, but it's a start. So the aim here is, again, to try and start refining isotopes before I go any further. And the big question here is going to be, do I put down an energy pylon, which would require the use of more isotopes, or is there a clever way for me to handle this? And that's kind of an open question right now. I'm going to try and put down a zethane generator and a fuel fabricator and an energy generator inside the factory here to see if I can get by with refining isotopes early. So what do we need? These things each cost 1 energy, so we need 4 energy to be able to refine up to a tier 2 isotope. We get 3 energy from a small generator, so we need 2 of those. The worry isn't so much the expenditure on minerals, but I am limiting, because I've prioritized isotopes at this point. Actually, that's something I can get by without too much trouble. We did what we needed to do with the isotopes. We don't need to prioritize it as heavily. Okay, so as long as we have 5, we'll be in good shape. Again, this is probably a wasteful way of doing this, but this is partly just a challenge for myself to see if I can actually get away with it. So the hypothesis here is that we're going to be able to get away with a fuel fabricator and 2 generators in this region to be able to power this up to a tier 2. So we'll start with a fabricator. I guess we have a global fuel supply, so that's actually not as important. That was actually probably a foolish use of the resources. That's fine though, because we're just going to be able to use that later. I am interested in the fact that they are moving. got extra HQ range. I think I'm actually going to hold off on spending the artifacts right now. We want to get our industry underway because the rebels are already getting a little ornery. So we need 2 of these. I do have some spare space for resources, though. So I've already cleared out this empty plot. I think I probably want to keep working on those mineral patches to clear out things for my my fuel. Okay, so not a huge surprise that this thing doesn't have power. So one of them had to go without, but we should be able to get what we need from the extractors now. I could actually, if I was really. Oh, that's right. I also need to deal with the waste. That is a bit more inconvenient than I thought it would be, actually. That's fine. There is I have a way of overcoming this. It's just a little... It wasn't a challenge I was expecting I would need to deal with right away. And I may need a storage space for the... Actually, okay. Let's... I'm gonna go very silly on this. This is almost breaking my run levels of silly, but I kind of want to see if I can do this. So I'm gonna store up as many tier 2s as I can. This is just dedicated to tier 2. So we've more or less signed on to the idea that there's going to be waste here. But there is kind of a plan in the background for all of this. So let's start by putting down a factory. And again, that factory's got to be made of tier 2 parts. So we'll put you down here. Now the eventual plan is to dismantle this factory counterintuitively. And the biggest problem that I'm going to run into is the waste. But... I do have kind of a plan for that. Power-wise, I also need to put down an energy pylon, so that's going to be the second thing that I build. That just hooks me up to the main grid, and then I don't need to worry so much about some of the waste. So I just need 2 more tier 2s, and then I can start focusing on building up the mineral wealth. Okay, there we go. So, as you can see, there's a bunch of garbage here, which is not so good. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not going to destroy any more of these. I am going to take down the fuel fabricator. Okay, so that's not processing anymore. No! Darn it! I gotta rebuild that. Just because the output reconstruction wasn't done, so I was a little too hasty there. Okay, so now we should be good for dismantling. Ah, and we're actually full on tier 2 isotopes. That's a little surprising, actually. But that's fine, because it's relatively cheap to build storage containers. We can get rid of them afterwards. How you doing, Algrins? If you don't mind, once the music starts kind of hitting its top level, I did lower things a little bit, but I've been struggling a bit to get the old volume settings for Industries of Titan. So if I start getting overpowered by the game, if you could just gently let me know, and I will do my best to accommodate. Okay, once these are dismantled, we're going to dismantle the factory and then build it again. Against my better judgment, I'm going to try and put down a waste receptacle. Okay, good. Yeah, again, it really will matter when the music comes up. The music's the main thing that's going to overwhelm me, I think. The sound effects will as well, but the music's kind of the real test. Okay, so what we're going to do now is put down a factory. So again, I don't necessarily think this is an advisable way to play. I think what's happening here is I'm investing a lot of time and energy into recovering what is ultimately like one more isotope when all is said and done. I mean, the factory and the pylon in total, I probably would have spent 2, 4... Yeah, okay, so that's 5 isotopes that I'm recovering. But like again, there's a limit to how useful this stuff is, right? Like probably at some point it would be better for me to just focus on getting the production line up and running. But it's fun to experiment with this stuff, right? So this is not going to be able to be built until the waste gets chucked away, which is exactly why I built this waste receptacle. Now the worry is that it gets filled up by all the other stuff that's on the ground. Oh, actually there's also 41 minerals on the ground, so we need storage for that as well. Well, actually that's not as big of a well, that is actually a bit of a worry. So I'm going to build a big storage container, again a temporary storage container, but just to accommodate the jam. But yeah, one of the problems with the approach that I've been taking so far is that I put all this investment into extra workers, but what that's translating into right now is just a bunch of extra workers standing around doing nothing. And all the while, the rebel threat has gone up by 23%. So there's, you know, pluses and minuses. The other big question mark is going to be how quickly I can sort of really get the industry up and running, because if it turns out that the experimental fuel storage really does not deliver on its ability to act as a replacement for fully upgraded fuel turbines, that's going to be a real problem for me to deal with. Also, it's not entirely clear whether or not cracks count as crevices for the purposes of the experimental fuel tanks. So I'll put one down just to test whether or not it generates fuel or not. But if it doesn't, then that actually means that I'm going to have a combination of both fuel turbines and fuel silos. And again, we can't necessarily answer off the top, at least, whether or not these things are going to be helpful. On the other hand, we do have a location for a mineral mine and an isotope mine. It's a little inconvenient for the isotope mine because the pollution's going to move up like this. So I guess residential areas theoretically would be good in this area, but of course I'm going to have a fuel turbine there, so they're going to also have to be fairly remote. We'll see how it all goes though. But yeah, so this would not be a bad example. Like, right now, I think the music and my voice are probably competing evenly with each other in terms of being heard. But everybody has their own taste in that, so this is why, like... Okay, thanks. I can tell that from the monitor, but, like, is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? Okay, good. Thank you. Yeah, so that's going to be... I think probably I might even have to go back one more, but I'm going to leave it there, and then you can all let me know if it's too overwhelming. One more? Okay. So I will be interested to know whether or not the... I'd be interested to know whether or not the building complete and all of that is going to get drowned out. Because if it is, I can just make the adjustments directly to the music. But we'll find that out in a minute or not.
Greetings, Founder. So glad to finally meet you. I'm Lyle Visk, your head of human assets. Everyone here in the Human Assets office has just been aching to get on a conference call with you. Our philosophy? Eliminate cost centers and build human efficiency. We transform people from a human resource into a monetary resource.
I'm going to make one more adjustment here.
Microphone test? Check, check. Volume. Toast. Toast.
Yeah, I think we could also maybe try 8.
Population.
I am delighted that they chose Lio for these, but that's probably going to be the right set of options. It's just because the reason I'm doing it this way is that I sort of feel like the sound effects are temporary and probably aren't constantly running over my voice. Now, I may have to change that during combat, but we can figure that out at combat. The rest of it... but the music, on the other hand, is sort of persistently overwhelming me, so... But again, you can all let me know whether or not that's working or not. And I will do my best to accommodate. The problem is that I can get a really good reading as to whether or not things are so in terms of where things are relative to each other. It's pretty easy for me to see on the monitors where everything is. But what I have noticed is that where I used to rely quite heavily on those bars to see where my voice was, and whether or not that was consistent with what I had sort of thought people wanted. It turns out that that's not that reliable of an indicator, which surprised me to say the least. Okay, so we're short on power, right? Because I disabled the old one. So I kind of rely on that final check from the audience to see whether or not it still works. Okay, so we can afford to. I'm going to make one dedicated. No, I don't need to make it dedicated. Make it all isotopes, one dedicated to all minerals. I kind of want to demolish this one, to be honest. So basically what I want to be doing now is I want to get the production line up and running so that I can replace things with tier 2 minerals. And we repeat the process all over again. We demolish where we can. I will eventually do an isotope refining operation, but we don't need those as badly as minerals. So I'm also not going to replace all of these quite yet. I'm going to focus on building the other. I'm going to focus on building the other line as quickly as I can. keeping in mind as quickly as I can is still pretty slow by most Industries of Titan standards. So like one big inefficiency right now in this factory is that they're walking so far away to move these tier 2s down. So the first thing I'm actually going to put down is the storage for the next line, and that's just so those tier 2s can go directly into the bin. That's why what's interesting here is even though there's maybe not the full conveyor belt system and all of that, which I think the game might have originally intended. I think the idea of placement and trying to play the Tetris game was going to be a little bit heavier in the original conception for the game. Which is not to say that it's not there now. It's just a bit different from what I think the original idea was. You can still see that there's a lot of efficiencies you can get in a factory just by thinking a little bit about, you know, where your people are going to be and what you're trying to get them to do at any given moment. So that's one of the reasons why I keep building this particular design over and over and over again. It's one that sort of minimizes a lot of those individual trips that happen. So I got to think about what our power needs are. So we're going to be down 1, 4. Yeah, well, there's build blueprints in this as well, but because I like to be really, like, I'm definitely very accountant oriented to some of the actions that I'm doing. It's a little early for me to mess around with the fuel, so we'll just stick another one of these things down here. I don't feel good about it, but yeah, like, so I don't think you can get it. I don't think you can set it up so that they. Oh, we're down 2 now. That's. We should still be able to get by, but this is going to be a little hair-raising. But yeah, so the problem here is because there's 3 tiers, there isn't one which sort of says build it using the same levels of minerals like I did. There's nowhere to go for those tier 1s. This may not solve the problem, unfortunately. Alright, I'll build this temporary one again. I think I'm going to build the level 2 processor before I go, before I build the rest of the infrastructure. And I was holding back a little bit on the claims just so that I could get another isotope patch underway. So yeah, I am interested, between the sinkholes and the cracks, I am interested to see whether or not the fuel storage is gonna be that helpful. Okay, we're building all these generators, but are we... Am I that much of an idiot? I meant to put down a fuel fabricator. Okay, so this has got room for another 8, and it's trying to get rid of 15. That somebody isn't actually moving this last one away, so So a lot of this is... a lot of this is me just sort of figuring out how long it takes me to get certain things. So, like, for this design that I do, some of the early killers are storage and fuel, which is something I'm going to want to keep in mind for the future. But the good news is that we are on our way to the tier 3 material. It's also nice to know that I'm in a position where I can start putting down some waste receptacles and know that they'll be used. So we're going to start with these. Put down another relay. Oh, and I guess I need a storage for... I'm actually probably going to be quite short on some of these goodies that I need. Oh no, that's interesting. Oh no, I see why. Okay. I'm gonna have to put down another waste receptacle when I can. Alright, that's more like it. So this is eventually going to be used to build some of the higher tier processors and such. Actually, we also have the resources available to add another employee module to make this process faster. What I'm going to do here, I'm going to turn off... Ow. Too late now. So I'm going to turn off this tier 2 to tier 3 input. So the reason I'm doing that, there's a few other things that I want to build. I'm going to start by putting down another employee module. Now what I can do once the processing is done, I can dismantle the tier 2 processor and replace it with a tier 3. And essentially what I'm going to start doing for all of these things that are built using tier 1 minerals, I'm going to replace those with the tier 2s and tier 3s now. So I do need a couple of tier 3s to... Let's see. So dismantle that. Rebuild it using tier 3s. How are we on tier 2s? Okay, yeah, so now we can sort of start affording to dismantle and rebuild the old one. This thing is gonna, yeah, it's gonna spew garbage everywhere, which is not so good. Gotta clean up crew and this thing's clean, so we can now use tier 3s to rebuild that as well. So this is going to shut everything down, which is not so good. But I know I've got enough tier 2s to see us through. Okay, that covers it. And I think probably I can get away with just turning all of this back on. Okay, yeah, so they don't have anywhere to put the tier 1 minerals, which I'm not crazy about, but I think, yes. Okay, now I'm gonna start doing the really crazy stuff. So if I put down a large fuel fabricator, that goes up to, okay, that's 3. So this will just kind of absorb everything in the area. Unfortunately, I was a little early because I still need to build the generator. Which is fine. I was hoping not to have to do another batch of changes, but we'll get this down just for starters. That was dumb. The reason that was dumb is I want to replace these two with tier 5s when I can. Or sorry, tier 2s. So yeah, the big problem right now is in the factory, none of the improvements can get made. The other problem, oh no, they're just bringing materials over, so that's not as big of a deal. But yeah, like right now, basically, there's no power for anything. Oh, hang on, I think I misplaced. So these are fine, these need to go. It's 2. Okay, so we'll just stick them over here. Okay, that works. That works. And that should power, once this is all on, that should power the main factory line. Joshy man, how you doing? So I will dismantle and rebuild these when I've got tier 3s to work with, but right now, oh, we are short on electricity, it looks like. Inconvenient. Actually, there's an easy fix to that. We'll just turn off the second... Well, no, there's a slightly better way we can do that. I'll just use the... I'll just use these small generators as a temporary. Other than a mild cold, pretty good. Work is busy. Thinking about using paid time off as a 3... Oh, nice! And happy pre-birthday to you. Okay, I've been ignoring my influence for too long, so let's think about more places that we can clear out space for our fancy storage. So the next target's going to be the isotope patch beside the sinkhole, but I kind of wanted to get some access to artifacts first. Okay, we've got the 2550. Now, one of the things that's going to worry me here... Oh, no, this is only 2. So, yeah, that shuts down our power, but we'll be able to rebuild it. In fact, we're going to be able to rebuild both of these. I've never really had a situation where I've run out of minerals, so this is a very wasteful way of spending my time. In fact, I might have just made the situation worse, because now I need to find a place for all these tier 1 minerals. Let's set you up. Here. We've got 20 tier 1 minerals. That's got room for 48, so yeah, we'll be fine. So yeah, again, I mean, should I be spending, you know, almost 2 days getting all of this up and running? Probably not. But I don't feel too bad about it either. We should also be able to, yes. Okay, so now I can start going back to my research. So, we can reduce employee salaries, we can boost their speed. I think we'll worry about boosting speed first. Next up, we can get energy plant fuel requirements, truck pollution, and employee salaries. So all of these are good options for me. So I'm going to want 5 artifacts before too long. But what I probably want to start thinking about now is how I'm going to be supporting upgrading my isotopes. And that's really going to happen when, you know, the factories are up and running, which is now. So one of the ways that I'm going to be able to get a second line running is to set up another... oh, you know what? I think I was a little early on ditching the... Well, I'll just wait for the tier 3s to become available. But yeah, I'm going to put down another pair of large generators inside here. Usually I put a fuel fabricator in the middle, but this is obviously, like, this is way too... This is totally not where it needs to be. Actually, I think if I dismantle this one, and I put one down here, that should be 4 and 4. Obviously, it's the placement of the generators that matters more, but I guess we can do that now. Yep. So we got a third one coming. It's going to be a lot of waste to clean up. So I'm actually going to turn off the mineral input module for a little bit. So once all this is set up, I'm going to build, like I said, I'm going to build a second line like this. That means we get all this joy of dancing around tier 2 and tier 3 resources for a little while. But while we're waiting, let's go back to HQ. We know we're not going to need this single generator anymore, so we can shut that down. And I can start putting down battery. Well, I should be able to start putting down batteries. So eventually there'll be a fuel storage. Fuel storage is obviously less important now because that's going to be combination fuel generator and fuel storage. Oop.
Why, if it isn't our illustrious founder! A pleasure to meet you. I'm Dr. Braxton Daw, your new research director. Yes, the very same brilliant scientist famed for my weather prediction system back on Earth. Oh, it's quite embarrassing, really. I can't even go into space without being recognized. I am absolutely giddy with the possibilities that your little corporation is providing me. I will be sure to keep you abreast of my discoveries. I know you'll be happy with my work.
Let's start making good use of the Tier 3 resources. Actually, once I do that, I can probably just turn off the Tier 3 line. So let's start off with that. I do still want to be getting some Tier 3 stuff. But in this case, I've got a couple of extra bodies to just go transport stuff for a little while. And more importantly, I get a nice stack of Tier 2s to start building things with. So we start with inputs. None of this is actually going to be useful or operational until I hook up all of the power in that, but that's fine. This is just kind of getting the sketches down while we build the infrastructure. So one of the reasons why I want to get this second line up and running a little bit sooner than what I normally would want is the so because I'm going to be relying on these guys for fuel, I am going to want to make sure that I've got at least Tier 2 isotopes ready to go. Don't necessarily need to worry about the Tier 3s right away. In fact, well, let's try something here. I think I'm going to have to build the whole thing to have access to what I need. Nope, that's going to work. Okay, cool. Also gives me enough space for another waste receptacle. Okay, isotopes go here. Alright, so basically again, shortest distance possible for getting certain resources to where they need to go. I have a lot of waste, so I do want to think a little bit about how I'm going to avoid well, I mean, I got to build the smokestack at some point, but I do also want to upgrade my headquarters for the maximum distance. But let's go. I'm going to start building my fuel silos because I'd really like a good idea of how I kind of want to know just how much fuel are these things going to wind up generating. This is probably an unrealistic expectation given that we're currently experiencing a boost of Zethane, but you know, I don't know how long it's going to take to build this stuff. Yeah, no worries, Joshy man. Sorry, I didn't see your earlier message there. I do tend to get a little focused on the game, which is sort of nice, but obviously if I'm going to be streaming to people, it would be nice to acknowledge those people and respond to them. Okay. Let's think about the Tier 2 stuff that I need to build before I start making Tier 3s again. So, isotope input module. Oh, did I really get that off? Nope, that's fine. So then we'll spin around and get an output module down and another waste receptacle, 2 employee modules. I need a place to store all the Tier 3 isotopes. Now this isn't hooked up to power, so adding a relay will help us with that. And we do need another relay here. I was hoping we could put down another waste receptacle, but that was a little too optimistic. Okay, and now I think we're ready to... hang on. So I do eventually want to demolish this, but let's take the opportunity to get down some more tier 2 mineral objects. Fuel here. These don't have access to power, so I'm going to put fuel down for these as well. So it doesn't say how much fuel it's generating. Oh, I get it. So it doesn't get added to this number here. It just sort of fills. Huh. It's gonna make things a little difficult it's gonna make things a bit difficult to measure. Finally, we can turn on the tier 3s again. I think we're gonna go fuel extractor crazy for a little bit. Or sorry, fuel storage crazy for a little bit. But it's clear that I'm gonna need to get the smokestack up sooner rather than later. Hopefully, though, the tier 3 isotopes are gonna be helping us with that. Ooh, that's really bad that that's already full. I'm like mad that that's full. Because that's gonna mean demolishing this. Well, that thing's already demolished, so. Okay. Let's go artifact hunting. I'll take 3. This is mostly going to be in service for my in service of my research efforts. So one of the reasons I'm freaking out a little bit about tier 3 isotopes are that's going to be how I can level up my headquarters, which will give me some extra range on my. That's going to give me some extra range for my my different buildings. Now, the important thing to remember here is that my fuel, my ability to generate fuel, is going to rest very largely on my ability to build fuel silos beside crevices. So one of the things that I don't want to do is build a smokestack here, because that cuts me off from being able to build a fuel silo. Actually, one thing I will do, because we have enough to experiment with this now. So if I put down a fuel silo here. So this doesn't cost me anything but the resources, but it is going to tell me whether or not the crack generates fuel, and if it does, then that means that I can sort of do something similar with with sinkholes. I don't see why you could be able to extract from cracks but not sinkholes. Zethane is unique to Saturn's moon Titan. Okay, this inert ruin absorbs pollution. That is actually kind of tempting to activate, so I'm going to keep that around. And I do like sensor range, although it is debate. Oh no, this is actually close to the bad guys, so that might work out well for us as well. So the big worry I'm going to have is because of the... Okay, so I do still want to build fuel turbines, and I'm going to build those near cracks. This also makes this one a priority to remove. I'm gonna guess that a fuel turbine here, or that a fuel storage here is not going to generate fuel. Although I'm curious if I were to double it up, what would happen? Is that waste or no? Those are isotopes. The reason for doing it this way, this allows me to experiment a little bit with some of this new mechanic. Where are we? Get those minerals out of there. It is absolutely ridiculous that we're being held hostage by... Actually, I guess one thing I can do here... I'll even use tier 1 minerals to do it, I'm that mad. I'll build a temporary storage container here so that we can flush out the minerals. I'll just make it dedicated to mineral 1. Also, tech web. So, we said we needed 5. I'll knock down the employee salary first. Okay, so... Again, these things are generating at a decent clip. So there's going to be... I'm really interested in seeing how some of these things turn out. So I expect... Okay, so if you're diagonal, you also refuel. Good to know. They're not going to empty it, are they? Yep, they already filled it up. All right. One last try. Because we're getting filled up with the garbage now. So, like, the whole point of upgrading the headquarters here is to... the point of upgrading the headquarters is to finally be able to build that smokestack. But if we drown in garbage before that happens... it doesn't, like, it kind of doesn't matter what the orders were. Okay. So we need 30 for that. This will get me an artifact, so we'll start there. Now, one thing that would be really nice to know at some point is the rate at which this acquire... Wait a minute. Okay, it looks like the fuel total is going up slowly. So it's like 5 per second. The problem is that I don't know how to translate +1 to like 5 per second. I am very curious though, like it really does feel like this thing is stalled out. So I think in this case I'm going to speed things up. Okay, no, so it does very slowly move the number up. So yeah, essentially what I'm going to have to rely on is to take a look at these levels and see if they move up or down to make a final determination as to whether or not I need to build more fuel storage or fuel turbines or whatever. But now that I know I need to build fuel turbines at cracks, and now that that'll be the same for sinkholes as well, I can build with that in mind, and we should be able to sort of get through all of it. Now, I was talking a little bit about building smokestacks. So the plan is, get the upgrade in now, The plan for the tier 3 isotopes again is just to build as far out as we can. And one of the things I want to be doing is, I mean, maybe I'll just build the smokestack close to the spaceport. I don't want to mess up the pollution here, and I do want the sensor tower. So originally I would have put a smokestack here, but again, that's blocking the crevice. So maybe what I can do is build a smokestack, you know, in one of these 4 spots, and then we'll kind of push ahead with our distance. Now this I don't understand at all, why they're just sort of standing there. Oh, interesting, something's losing power. Oh right, because we're upgrading the headquarters. So yeah, I don't get why they're standing there not loading up an isotope. But in any case, with the upgrade that we've got for the headquarters, that's going to push out our vision. From that, what we're going to do is eventually we'll get to tier 3. But the main purpose of this is going to be to just push the distance out as far as we can, so that for pollution, we already know what way the wind blows. It's a little inconvenient that it's blowing this way because, you know, it'd be nice to have sort of wide areas that we can build residential areas and all of that in. Right now, we're sort of going to be stuck to this corner, but I'll do the best with what I've got. It actually makes me wonder why I'm clearing out these ruins. Okay, so that's the tier 2 headquarters. I can, as soon as I get 108 construction units of isotopes, which to be fair, we're already kind of on our way for. We'll be able to move on. Now, there is a consequence to me building all of these different storage containers. Actually, I'm going to dismantle this one here. This was my original, so I do kind of want to keep it around. I don't think there's ever going to be a time where this thing has anything but Mineral 1 in it. It did just occur to me that I've actually got a world of pain ahead of me in terms of trying to set up the work from home setup. Because like these decrease livability as well as the council hall, so I think if we take a look at the population and work information, well, apparently it's pretty nice to live here. I can change that. Alright, well, let's get people investigating ruins first of all. This is still going to get me construction parts. So the one thing I don't want to do is build a smokestack here, because that's just going to blow the smog over all the residential areas I'm going to build. But yeah, I think we're just going to stick a couple factories down and do our best with... Why on earth did I build fuel silos? We'll build the work from home setup here. That is going to mean I need to upgrade the pylon, sadly. Oh, we only have space for 72. Interesting. So I'm not going to be getting that higher tier headquarters unless I upgrade my storage capacity. So this is looking like a good place for my smokestack. Okay, this is definitely an inert ruin that I want to activate. They really don't want me building a smokestack. So I guess this is my next best, but how do I get a road to it? I guess I go out and around. All right, well. So the road I build actually is going to have to go around the spaceport and into this area, which is going to be really hard to defend when the time comes.
Hey, Founder! Thrilled to finally meet you. I'm Ayana Oak, your power systems engineer. I'll be managing your city's power systems. That means fuel, energy production, energy storage, all that great stuff. It's my passion, honestly. Since I was a kid, I've wanted nothing more than to slam the contact switch on a giga battery and see the sky light up. And after years of school and grad school and VR training programs and dropping out of VR training programs, I'm finally here. We'll do great stuff together, Founder. Trust me. My career is on the line, and you can count on me to take that seriously.
It is intriguing to me that these fuel tanks are not filling up. I guess maybe because they are trying to fill up the... trying to fill these ones up first. Interesting. We'll see how this goes. This is definitely a weird... This is a weirder upgrade to deal with than I'm accustomed to. Okay, so at some point I'm going to need to build some better batteries. There's a better power generation. And I may just build a fuel turbine so I don't freak out when I see a big negative number on here. But I think the first thing that I'm going to want to do is put down a defense turret. And for that, we're going to need more minerals. And I think I should get that down now. We're already going to be hit pretty hard by the fact we've got these fuel silos, but this at least gives me a fighting chance. It's definitely going to be a big hit on the grid, so at some point I'm going to want to set up the like the power plant. But obviously one thing at a time. Moving on, let's take care of... So I wasn't thinking that the energy plant requirement would be as big of a deal, but it's that or reducing truck pollution. And I think probably at this point I need every bit of fuel I can get. One tricky thing I'm going to be able to do, I can move up here. Now I need tier 3 minerals to do it, but I can actually build some medium generators on this floor. So they'll require a total of 8. That's actually going to put us below the number that we need. Well, we still have power, but yeah, like, oh yeah, sorry, we're still at +1 right now. Yeah, maybe at some point I will build a fuel turbine after all. But for the time being, let's at least start building some buildings that can earn me money. So I'm going to be a little more careful on making sure that I can actually pay the bills with this. So that's 3 taken care of. 4. And then this will bring me to the limits of my energy right now. Which is just as well, because that's taken out my tier 2s as well. Okay, so we're going to go back to the headquarters here. And I'm going to start building some medium generators. So the pattern that I do here is I build the kind of the stick up in the middle like this. And then I build some others that sort of... Basically, there's a big square, and then I put an energy bridge and a relay here, and then I either pack it full of batteries or whatever, and that basically gives me a floor of power generators. Now, the drawback here is that this might be drawing down on the power that's being generated by these fuel silos. Again, we don't know the rate at which they're actually acquiring fuel. but it is basically a way that I can kind of keep powering my, my various activities. Also, so we've got 81 now. We can upgrade this on its own. I'm curious. I think we're already out of space for... Yeah. So I'm just going to settle for upgrading this defense turret. There is also an argument for me to try and upgrade these fuel silos, but again, I don't know whether or not the number actually goes up. Now this interests me that we're in a negative number here. Oh right, because we've got this guy running. Turn that off for now. They're not actually going to help until they're hooked up to the grid. And I do actually want these things up and running sooner rather than later. But I'm just kind of dealing with the reality of kind of heavy demands on my grid. So, I wish I could somehow translate like a fuel requirement to... Yeah. Okay, so with a -1, I actually want to see if this number goes down over time. In fact, I'm actually going to go really reckless on this. Energy bridge first. So yeah, you can basically see here that it tickles the kind of the extended part of the generator here. So under normal circumstances, I would expect that we're doing quite poorly as far as fuel is concerned. And like the question I have is the number actually going down? It's a little hard to get a read. So yeah, this is definitely draining. So this starts getting very strange because these things are acquiring fuel, but my reserves and my headquarters are going down. God, that's going to be a weird one to figure out. Okay, moving right along. Let's put... So I'm not crazy about wasting influence blowing up rocks. And in fact, there's probably going to be some waste waiting there for me, so I probably just wasted my resources there. But and I guess I did say I was going to build a smokestack at some point, so the time has come. But there's waste, which I don't have any place to put. I've really tried not to put down more storage, but I think... I don't think I have any options yet, so... Oh, but I don't have a fuel turbine. Oof. Wow. Yeah, I've actually really put myself in a corner here. Okay. So we can't do anything in this building soon. Yeah, actually now, because there's too much waste. Now that's fine, because we're going to be able to survive the next rebel attack. But the way I'm going to get around this, I'm going to build a storage factory. Actually, you know what? We might as well put it here. This is going to be dedicated entirely to like storing waste and all of that nonsense. And then moving on, I guess we could also build a fuel turbine here, but again, we don't have the. We don't actually have access to fuel turbines yet. This thing's, yeah, more expensive than the HQ, so that's going to take us a while. Okay, so I'm going to turn off the tier 3... I'm going to turn off the tier 3 refiner for a while, because we're going to focus on a lot of tier 2 stuff. And once this factory's up, basically I'm going to fill it full of storage. And it's going to be storage for everything. Eventually this will be dedicated to waste. But I kind of need to... Like, right now I just need to get something to burn up the waste. No, like the generators produce a fixed amount. They have a fixed amount of fuel consumption, but the fuel turbine, like the amount of zethane that gets, the amount of zethane fluctuates, which is going to mean that the amount of fuel that gets generated will change. And one of the things that is different about this playthrough is that I'm using the tech experimental fuel storage, and the problem is that while these things automatically fill up, it's not clear, like it's pretty clear that it's like 5 fuel stored per it's 5 fuel stored per 5 fuel stored per second, but I can't quite translate that into something that keeps my generators running. So like right now we're seeing a decline in terms of the fuel that I'm producing. But we have a lot of runway ahead of us. The problem is that it's not so clear. Like, it's really hard to plan a city around this. So I'm going to do the best that I can, but I have a feeling I'm going to need to... Like, I am going to have to build some proper fuel turbines and work all that out. But my big focus right now is actually on getting this work from home set up. So I've got the power for it, which is good. But I do need to get some more minerals to get everything up and running. And for that I need a clean factory floor. So that's actually one of the reasons why I booted people out of the tier 3 production. It's generating waste and it's tying up workers. So right now I want people clearing up that, all that up. So yeah, based on my experience of this experimental tech right now, I probably would not pick this again. I feel like it actually makes things quite difficult to... I feel like just building very powerful fuel turbines and having the storage for it is better than these, you know, mysterious amounts that may or may not. My feeling on this might change based on how it sort of reports fuel generation to you. But right now I'm actually finding it... I think the problem with this is that there's too much for me to think about already, and I'm not sure trying to figure out how this new fuel tech sort of interacts with the other things in the game is quite the... It's not something I really have the bandwidth to work with right now. So it's a neat idea, but it's just not quite... Like, it just isn't quite working for me at the moment. The one where you get influence for bringing people in, that is a ridiculously good one. So I'm quite happy with that. Actually, here's one thing that I can do. We can just speed things up again. So we're currently at -8, but it actually seems like the fuel stored number changed in an upward direction. Could also be that we're at the cap for these. Well, we can test that actually. Okay, so got somebody working on waste now. Probably slow that down a bit. I think I prefer ad revenue to... So yeah, the other drawback here is that the Zethane emissions event doesn't actually get me anything with these fuel silos. I'm going to take my employee priorities now. I'm not going to... Actually, maybe what I'll do, what do I have for free people? So I've got 9 free people. Let's take half of that. We'll put 3 on cleaning waste and then 1 on supplying the smokestack, just so we can see a little more progress. Because again, all of my industry is just ground to a halt while we're waiting for this stuff to get resolved. I'll at least bring in some bodies so that they can start starting the work from home. But again, people are going to be creating waste. So... it's a mixed blessing that I have people here to earn some income. Moving on, let's say I don't exactly need more minerals right now. So I think I'm going to go artifact hunting, although that's going to annoy the rebels again. Okay, so it looks like we've at least got the factory back up and running. So, a couple monetization stations. I would have preferred to have this up and running a bit faster, but I was limited in terms of my power. Okay, so I'll wait for another batch of tier 2 minerals. I've tied up a lot of my workers now, but they're all doing things that I want them to do, so I'm kind of okay with that, for now at least. So I've got 3 free agents at the moment. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do about this storage problem, because we need money for that, but clearly our finances, I think with a full day's work, we're still probably, yeah, here it says we're generating 44 credits, so we're probably not going to be in a position to actually be able to cover payroll for a while. We'll see how it goes, though. At minimum, I can just get all of this stuff laid out. In a few minutes, we'll have to deal with the rebel attack, but that's not really going to affect my ability to build all of this stuff. So the importance of, you'll notice that when I normally build these things, I do habitat pods, then monetization station first. We're actually in a point now where I need to be earning credits as well as bringing people in, and that's because I do want to be able to build a fuel turbine sooner rather than later. And so that's one of the reasons why you're seeing me build it this way as opposed to how I normally do it. Which, again, it's, I know I've been kind of critical of the benefits that you get from the experimental fuel storage. This is just more about how I like playing the game. I can't make I'm going to need to think a little bit about whether or not I think it's, like, is or isn't worth it overall. But what was I going to say? One of the things I will say is, like, I do think it is having the intended effect, which is that I am changing my play style pretty significantly based on the existence of this new bonus. Like I said, it's not what I'm necessarily going to pick again, just because I think it kind of clashes with how I like to think about things. It's actually, I will confess, I was kind of on board with the decision not to directly report the amount of fuel that you get from the generators earlier on in the game's existence, and that was just partly because I sort of thought that there would be some things to sort of offset that. At the moment, I'm not 100% sure I'm comfortable with that choice. I realize that there's a variable amount that you can get depending on the amount of zethane, but I feel it would just be nice to get something that you can translate into some sort of a ballpark figure for the amount of fuel that you're going to get. Because to me, I definitely value planning a whole lot. And it's essentially the same problem that I'm getting here with the fuel silos, is that it's actually quite difficult to make decisions power-wise. And I'm... Like, sometimes there are mysteries and they can be really interesting in a game, and they become a source of fun. In this case, these kinds of mysteries they feel sort of like an impediment to the thing that I think is actually really strong about this game, which is, your ability to, to build a big, interesting city and do the fun stuff. Oh, hey, we do have the ability to upgrade the headquarters, so I can get a second line on that smokestack. It's also probably going to be the thing that the rebels blow me up for. But I guess I'll worry about that later. Yeah, I mean, it's... Again, I don't want to be unfair, and I don't want to be overly critical of the game. I think mostly where I'm going with this is that I actually think... So I totally understand, and I'm largely in agreement with the idea of not reporting a fixed number for fuel generation. Because if you report a fixed number for fuel generation, then it's completely obscuring the fact that you're going to have a different rate depending on where your with your like if I keep this fuel fabricator running in this headquarters, let's say, that's going to be very different if I've got fuel turbines surrounding this whole area compared to not having it. Like if you have a fixed number, then this whole screen makes absolutely no sense in the game at all. So I'm pretty much on board with that. The problem is that the way it's working right now, when I take a look at something like the fuel turbine, it says it's got an absorb range of 2. Okay, so I can translate to, when I translate, 2 into 2 tiles, and you see that represented on the screen. But the idea of the zethane absorption rate of 1 compared to the 1.3 that you see for one of the small, is like, zethane is reported as a percentage. So how I translate a percentage of zethane into a fuel number, that's not clear to me. I might have a spreadsheet somewhere that makes some guesses, but still, like, it's one of these things that involves quite a bit of work. It's definitely not the sort of thing that I'm going to be able to make certain, short-term choices about. And when I think about the things that I like to spend time thinking about, like when I sort of think about the things that I like spending time working on in Industries of Titan, I think it's very fair to say, okay, I love working out these fancy factory floors. I think one of the things I'm going to be working on in this game will be like I do want to think about. I'm gonna just dedicate someone to isotope moving as well. Oh, we already have that. Okay, so they're just being slow.
Oh, hey there, Founder? Right. They told me you'd be checking in soon. I'm Vern Skull, your waste management officer. I think that title is pretty reductive, but yeah, I'm the one who moves the waste around. You make the trash, I move the trash. You dump the trash, I burn the trash. It's a beautiful partnership. And boy, you do have a lot of trash piling up around your city, don't you? No worries yet, though. We'll handle it later.
But yeah, so when I think about the sort of stuff that I spend time doing and I like doing in terms of Industries of Titan, working out doing the calculations for Zethane to fuel doesn't quite set me on fire. But I do like spending the time coming up with really efficient plans for things. And so in the end, like where my real focus on this and sort of why I'm spending the time talking about whether or not I think this particular bonus is working for me or not. A lot of this really just comes down to the question of, I'm in a city builder, I'm making certain decisions, my time is being spent in a certain way, and of the things that the game is having me do I think those are in line with sort of the actions that I think are the most interesting for me? And one of the rare cases where I can say, I kind of wish that I was doing other things, it does tend to be on this matter of fuel calculations. So, you know, that's mostly where this stuff's coming from. Yeah, and I mean, the thing is that I think comparisons to other games can be helpful. Oh,
a new founder. Did you really think your little startup would escape our notice? We know you're
that's
taking
coming in
money
fast.
from the council, and we know exactly where your loyalties lie. Don't worry, we're only going to destroy your city, dismantle your corporation, and take you as prisoner. It won't be painful, at least no more than the pain you've inflicted on your employees.
Ah, so I see you have met Bahar Karoba, Founder. They are the leader of one of many disparate and desperate groups that call themselves rebels. The Council will not waste resources on this, but you have plenty to spare, I am sure. Deal with Bahar, Founder, or risk my displeasure.
This is why we put that early effort in the defense turret, although our batteries are draining a lot faster than I think I can stand. So let's turn the factory off. So we're not earning money, which is a problem. Whoa! Let's try that again. I forgot I had power plants in there, so this might cause some pain. I do want to keep the minerals rolling, but let's see if we can make things happen with the. There we go. We got a surplus now. The last thing I want to have happen is the defense turret goes out. Is the game to voice all right? I suspect that there might be a little bit of competition with all of the fighting going on, but I should probably check that while we're going on. I've been enjoying the fireworks too much.
Ah, I see you're smarter than the other founders have been. Don't worry, we'll be back. Consider this your first and final warning. Next time, we will end you.
Hey, Founder, glad we got out of that one. That was Bahar Karoba, one of the rebel leaders. I thought we might be toast for a second there. They're known to be particularly brutal. If they say they'll be back, I believe them. We should prepare for next time.
Okay, so you can see the importance of generating a profit now, because we also need to repair our buildings based off of the. We need to repair our buildings off of the. Sorry, after the attacks. Now we do have some time before the rebels will attack again. My biggest goal right now should be earning 1,000 credits a turn. Basically enough to be able to get that fuel turbine up and running. So let's build another smokestack if we can. Right, for that I'm going to need to turn on the tier 3 line again. And technically I don't have enough energy for it. So I do have a plan for how I'm going to handle this. So basically, we're just going to wait till the end of the work period right now, which should be in 3 hours. We've got more than enough energy. Well, actually, 3 hours. We'll be cutting it a little tight, but I think we should be fine. If I can, I'll upgrade the defense turret using my isotopes. The biggest priority right now is to upgrade HQ, but we've got that now. But what I want to do is put down a second smokestack. Okay, now we've got enough to upgrade defense tower. But what I want to put down is another smokestack and upgrade it. And then once we do that, eventually I'm going to get like roadways and all of that, but it's pretty clear that I'm going to have to build some serious infrastructure to make that all work. So one other thing that I may wind up doing is trading with the council for additional credits. But again, that's a lot of that's kind of contingent on certain things happening. Right now, I just want to focus on. Okay, so we're on leisure time, so that means that I'm going to turn off this factory, and we're going to use that. We're going to take that opportunity. So this is me being a jerk, right? And I suspect probably this will get changed in the game. Right now, I can just turn off the factory and there's no consequence other than the fact that I'm not going to be able to bring in more workers. But essentially, I'm going to be using the period, because the workday is 8 to 4, you can actually charge your batteries. I mean, as long as you have enough power, basically you can charge your batteries when people are not working and they just don't have a place to live. And then you can turn it back on for the workday, and that'll sort of maximize your money relative to your power. Now, again, we are kind of contending with the fact that in simulations like this, you know, you'll have probably different ideas as to whether or not this is a desirable thing. Some people might say, oh, you know, it's terrible that you can do something like this in a game. But on the other hand, I was talking about like how you want to spend your time in a game like this. To be completely honest with you, I don't like turning off my workplace and turning it on again. And it has nothing to do with whether or not I think it's like an authentic representation of the experience or whatever. It's just another thing for me to keep in mind. And obviously, I want to be spending my time building this awesome cyberpunk city. I don't want to spend my time, you know, like flipping the lights on and off. That's why I pay Ayana Oak. So, in that sense, right, like I'm by using this little quote-unquote cheat, I'm actually making life more difficult for myself doing this. So in that sense, that's not something I really sort of wag my finger at the game over. I might say, well, why am I in this situation? And then point out that, you know, I've got this weird, you know, I've got this weird, like, Zethane storage or fuel storage system that, you know, I'm trying to wrap my head around. I mean, there's a certain point where you just say, okay, shut up. Like, nobody cares. But yeah, like, you know, for the most part here, I'm sort of saying, it's like, okay, this is fair. Like, you know, the struggle that I'm running into is built by the fact that I'm trying to do something weird and sort of unauthorized. And it's allowed inside the game, but I'm paying a price for it. And to me, that's, you know, just another form of balance, I guess. So yeah, that sort of thing I'm less worried about compared to, you know, the idea here where, you know, I just want to know how much fuel I'm going to get so I can turn all my generators on. That sort of a thing, I'm sort of like, I don't quite understand why, you know, why I'm not given that information. I'm also not going to keep, like, flogging that point. Like, I've made it and I can move on, but I figured it was a useful comparison to make. I think I'm going to keep someone on... So, I think overall, I have too many dedicated employees. So, I think in this case here, I'm going to get rid of the moving minerals and isotopes. I do want to keep the cleanup crew, but maybe we'll knock that down to 2 jobs. And I do want to think a little bit about my, like, the order of priorities for me. So right now, I do want to get that better smokestack up and running. How's our storage area doing, by the way? Oh yeah, totally fine. The preference is to be, like, to get a roadway, but I'm going to have to build some command centers. Like, there's a lot of infrastructure that I'm going to need to build to get all of this working. So I'll take this one step at a time. To build an energy plant, I'm going to need 400 minerals and 4 isotope CUs plus the amount to combine the two. Then, of course, I'm going to need a dump truck of fuel. Yeah, so the biggest challenge I'm running into right now is just my resources are not being generated fast enough. So how do I want to handle that? Do I build a command center so that I can just have my dedicated mineral and isotope operations? Like, honestly, if you take a look at the mine here, I don't even really need to build anything extra. It's going to be, like, a little cramped, I think. So how would I do this? Maybe build a mine here. I'd have enough room for a road to go out the edge. Okay, so the mine, factory. I couldn't build the storage, but I could put the storage. Yeah, okay. No, we got something here. I suppose I could even just put the... No, I don't want to put the mine here because I was eventually going to put some residential buildings in this area. Although maybe I'll change my plan on that. So we're at full power, full storage, but I'm still not going to turn the factory back on just because, you know, I want to like, I want to have a full battery before, you know, at the start of the workday. Upgrading this smoke stack, by the way, is going to take more power, so I'm not doing myself any favors doing this, but it's going to help the speed of the factory. Actually, what I think I'm going to do here, I'm going to... I definitely want to have one person working each of these. I'm going to change the move resources jobs. Those are going to be a lower priority. Processing's still going to be the higher priority here. The idea is my overflow of workers should be going to clean up jobs now. At some point, I also would like to... at some point, I also would like to... sorry, I just need a minute to think. Okay, mine, factory, storage, still have room. Okay. What do we do with you? Building repair cost, that might be good. Council trade tickets are usually pretty good. I don't exactly need a lot of these. So maybe I just save my artifacts for now. Okay. Let's do... I'm gonna get the basics built now. So put a mine here. The road goes like this. Eventually I'm gonna want to clear out this mineral patch then. You need to be combined. And now I need to find out why my factory's not doing anything. So one of the things I might do is take this third floor and use it to generate new employees. But as soon as I start making more employees, I'm going to have higher wages. Or, well, not higher wages, but more labor costs. Well, also higher wages, but the labor costs go up. So I think here... Oh, why is there an idle employee? That is something that makes me sad. No supply jobs, apparently. Now, unfortunately, I don't have the isotopes anymore to build the... Oh, now I do. So again, the power generator, the energy plant right now... Oh, come on. That was my bad. Actually, sorry, you go back to work. This is going to save us a little power, and it'll also give us 2 new employees. So right now, Tier 2 isotopes are what I need to build the buildings that I want. So given the fact that, 1, I'm looking for more power, but also 2, right now I'm trying to sort of minimize all the different waste and have more people sort of carry stuff, it makes sense to turn off the Tier 3 line for now. Okay, so these guys are combined. What happens if I turn on the factory? Okay, we're still draining 6, so I'll turn that off until the start of the workday. I think the workday starts at 6. 8. Okay, combine that factory because I can, and then we will put down the first of 2 energy plants. And again, it's not like I'm going to turn it on because I don't have the fuel for it, but it's at least getting it in. It's getting it primed. And I think I'm going to put 2 more people on the cleanup job. So eventually we're going to have to power all of this. That's all going to be stuff I worry about later. Okay, we can get another one of these down. We can't combine them yet, but we'll worry about that. Again, we're not going to turn it on, so we don't need to. We don't need to focus on that little optimization yet. Oh crap! I forgot to turn things on for the work. So we've already lost an hour of the day. Fortunately, we'll have over 1,000 at the end, so I can start working on the fuel turbine. So again, you see the cost of me doing this thing. So the plan here is I'm going to put down a fuel turbine for the crack. I think actually here I'll just put it on this side. I don't know if there's a slight difference because if I build it here, then that's more space for the residential. But again, I may not ever actually build the residential in this area. We'll see. Yeah, I mean, this was an interesting experiment, but I'm not convinced on the value of these fuel turbines. They have done a decent enough job of sort of keeping me from hitting a crisis, but I just don't think I'm going to be able to build enough of them for the ability to sort of make up for its costs or its penalties. Okay, we're at 1,000, so now we can build the fuel turbine. And it did occur to me there's actually a sinkhole here. So this is 44, and this winds up being 48. So yeah, this is slightly better. Okay, so fuel turbine number 1. I'm going to need to wait for the 200 for the second. I do like doubling these up because you have to have a worker for both the fuel turbines and the energy plant, so if you double them, you just generate more power, more fuel per worker. But the cost is you can't burrow them, and as a result, like, this is not going to be... Well, this is like just tickling the edge of the fuel turbine, but obviously I'm assuming that by the time the next rebel attack comes, I'm going to have something resembling a navy to defend myself, because there's just so many rebel camps that could potentially be sending stuff after me. But we are going to put somebody in this right away. We actually just ran out of energy. Okay, we're getting close to the edge of our influence. So I was originally wanting to bring in some ships. Let's start getting some valuable stuff. So this takes 80. I thought there'd be a... Yeah, there we go. That's more like it. Okay, so now we can get another fuel turbine down. So you can see we're still draining fuel off of this, so we are generating a lot of power, but this thing is generating 11 fuel. So even combining these, I don't think it's going to be enough. The big thing, though, is that we're on the path to being able to kind of cover our fuel needs. And there's a couple of other tricks that I'm going to do. So when we can, I'm going to build some more fuel silos. So, you know, a couple here, taking advantage of the crevice. I'll put fuel turbines here. So as far as fuel silos are concerned, 2 here, 2 here. I can probably start by putting 1 here, but maybe not that important. Oh, interesting. So if I did... I guess I'd have to do 2 here. 2 here, yeah. So there's going to be 1 left on its own. But yeah, this is an obvious place for another set of fuel turbines. But again, that's depending on my ability to generate minerals, which is... Oh wow, this place full already? I guess it's the waste. Yep. Okay, well, I am kind of banking on getting minerals. What's the story here? They're just not picking them up. I am going to build up a bit of a stockpile of isotopes before I start getting the tier 3s. So I am going to want some tier 3s so that I can upgrade the fuel turbines. But I think I'm going to build them first and then upgrade them. That's going to give me a few redundancies in my system. I could, of course, also turn off the energy plant. Actually, yeah, let's... We'll give and take a little bit. We'll maybe drain the batteries overnight.
Salvage complete.
Just thinking about it, I don't even think I need to build a command center. Oop.
Welcome, Founder. My name is Shiaro Hess, and I am your corporation monitor. Every Founder on Titan is assigned a monitor like me. I make sure you treat Titan with respect. It is the Council's property, after all. If we work together, we'll make this city very efficient.
So I was just thinking I actually can probably build a mine and factory setup without ever having to build a command center here. That might be a good idea, at least temporarily. So I'm going to start clearing out the ruins. Actually, it may be difficult to get the pylons down, but... I'm so happy that Twitch has equipped me... Okay, this is actually kind of funny. So Twitch has equipped me well enough to say that it's a first-time chatter, but it's actually more difficult now to ban bots. Priorities. If you want to keep selling ads, you just keep telling them how many accounts you have. That's how that works, right? Okay. So I got to think about how the roadways work for this. So if I build a mine here, I can build a roadway like this. Yeah, it's going to be cramped and weird, but I think I can still make this work. So, mine, road, factory, storage. So this thing's really close, but what have we got? So I can build another fuel turbo. Yeah, actually, if I build another fuel turbo, then we're back to self-sufficient, or we're back to generating enough fuel. So oh, but that blocks the road I was planning. Urgh. Well, maybe I don't worry about the fact that I'm closing it off. If I want to build another command, if I want to build a command center in that area, I'll just worry about that later. It's not something I'm gonna have to think about right away anyway. But it is worth remembering, right? Like the way this is all set up now. I'm actually paying more in employees to get all this, to get all this stuff, right? I have to give up 2 employees to be able to get this energy plant running again. So, for now... Actually, you know what? I'm not going to worry about this because I think these fuel silos are gonna give me enough to fix the problem. So this is going to freak me out for a bit, but I'm going to focus on other things that I need to do. So a shipyard is a priority, but it's also an expensive one. So I need to kind of get myself to a point where I can get more employees. Yeah, money's the thing that's holding me back. Okay. This is going to be a little reckless, but it's also going to be kind of fun. So building more workers is not the recipe for making more money, but building more workers is going to help clean out all the nonsense. The other thing I can start doing is sort of selling minerals to the council, because let's face it, 130? I'm not going to need that many. So, I think I probably want a road. But that's going to be a lot of tier 3 minerals. And I don't actually have a direct way of getting that to the smokestack yet. God, how do I want to sort this out? I don't actually need a mine right now. I will need one. Storage might make some sense. Nah, honestly, I should just pick one. So let's start with a transport hub. Even if I don't build the road network. It gives me a start. Okay, so we are losing fuel. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to start building the proper... I'm going to start building the proper setup. It's going to take forever because I'm generating things too slowly. Okay, so we're gonna turn off the... I'm gonna turn off the input module. So that's the last one that they get. Same story with the isotopes, actually. I can't kick the people out quite yet because I need them to clear this output module. There we go. So as soon as somebody cleans some waste. Okay, well they'll figure that out amongst themselves. Okay, so yeah, essentially what I'm getting ready to do is dismantle this old factory. I'll replace it with a work-from-home setup. So if I build the mine here, I can build the factory here. Yeah. Again, I still need to worry about the road networks and all of that, but I'll worry about that a bit later. We're going to have enough... So we're not going to be able to get more employees, but I do like the idea of being able to buy some more buildings before we do that. In this case, I will build the mine, or I'll buy the mine, even if it means I don't build the mine. Okay, another mineral input. So Tab doesn't seem to cycle through the minerals anymore. But I just, no, don't want to do autocurrency. I always thought Tab did. And I'm wondering if I missed a change or if I've done something wrong. Because I used to really like doing that. We have another hour left. So let's see how many of these guys I can convert.
Device complete.
So remembering, I do need to pay to get new people in. Okay, so conversions that are already queued still happen. That's interesting. Obviously, we're really short on people now, but. Okay, so I guess we put employee modules down here. This is going to take forever to build. I'm not going to build the second line yet. I am going to build a third level 1 processor here, especially because I'll have the sort of the crew to maintain it. But I don't want to... I don't have the power or the crew to be able to do 2 production lines for minerals. Again, also keeping in mind that I want to have enough money for a shipyard before the rebels arrive. Otherwise, all this stuff's going to get blown up. Okay, so let's think about what else we're going to do. I want to replenish my numbers as soon as I can, although I don't think there's going to be a lot of ships with room for 3 people. At some point I want to clear out a path so that the smokestack can be slightly more useful. Let me just see if there's anything else. So I do like the idea that this absorbs pollution. I like that this absorbs fuel, so as a consequence I need to make sure I have a command center to sort of move around. I mean, maybe I build the command center now, but I'd need to buy it, so I'll still just focus on getting ready for a future where I don't need the, or where I'm focusing on a few different buildings. Okay, so those are the basics down. Next things I need to do are storage for storage for the resources. I need to wire it all up. I need to hook it up to a actually, that's one thing I can do now. Actually, you know what? I don't want to do that. I think that will be fine, and we just give it its own... Ooh, that is actually going to be a little difficult to put a pylon.
Device complete.
Guess that'll have to be it. I am wondering where these tier 2 isotopes are going. Oh, I'm out of them. So I either need to find more or I need to stop. I think we're just gonna turn that off and let the workers do more productive things. Okay, that's going to limit some of the things that I can build, and upgrade for that matter. But we will adapt. Okay, I'm still going to insist on trying to get all this stuff built, so we will plunder this for artifacts. So at this point, I think... okay, yes, we will build a fuel... it's better to build the fuel turbine here, but then I need to build the storage... Okay, no, that's fine. We can still work with this. But I am going to kill these rocks nonetheless. Okay, yeah, so mine, road, factory, road, storage, road, and then somehow we hook it into the whole setup here. I was originally thinking that I might put the depot somewhere here, but if I do that, then I sort of close off. Well, actually, no, I guess I can put the depot here, because I don't need to put a roadway, and then I still have an out here. So yeah, maybe we would put the transportation. But I guess for that, I'd put the transportation hub down if I had... Oh, I do have. Okay. But I don't have the tier 3 minerals for it yet. I am feeling a little nervous about my ability to... Oops! I'm feeling a little nervous about my ability to get the spaceport down in time. Okay, so next up we'll put down the storage, we'll put down the power grid, and then we'll hook this stuff all up. Probably should have one person working on this. So we got 1, 2, 3, 5. Wait, 5? 2 for this. No, I don't do 2 for this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it is only 5. The real mistake was doubting myself. Okay, so that's tier 1 minerals to tier 2, tier 2 to tier 3, and then this one goes from tier 1 to tier 2. And yeah, it's just so achingly slow in terms of our production, but that is a reflection of my choices, so I gotta live with them. Shame on them all for putting tier 1s in there. Okay, one more and we are good to go. I don't actually want the energy pylon to be turning this thing on yet, but we're close. Okay, so just taking a minute to double check. This is going to be a somewhat big shift, and I don't actually have the roadways down yet. But I do think this is going to be justified, so we'll go to our tier 3s, we'll get the upgrade in. So one of the nice changes early on in the game was that you do not need the power grids to overlap, you just need them to touch, and that helps with some of your power planning. So I got a few things I want to do here. So we're going to completely dismantle this this middle processor here. I'm not quite ready to dismantle this one, but that's going to follow soon after. This is housing tier 3 minerals, so I'm a little reluctant to demolish it quite yet. I also don't like making a mess, but let's just rip the band-aid off. This one I'm willing to demolish for the tier 2. It sort of sucks that... Actually, you know what? Let's get my people to handle it. Now, I don't want to get rid of this relay because this is currently hooking up the generators to the... kind of the whole setup. So we're really just waiting on this thing turning on. So the important thing to remember right now is I don't need this mine to be on yet. At some point I am going to need a new source of minerals, but we got a lot of stuff that we can exploit around here. So I'm going to wait until the last minute to get the mine turned on. And that's just because right now we're sort of fighting for every resource we can get. Actually, it's not a bad time here for me to get a few more isotopes. But that's the last of them. Mind you, there's also a lot of isotopes that we'll be picking up off the ground. Sorry, that's wrong. This is the last of them. Nope, not even that. Those are the last of them. So I think it's fair to say we can turn on the. I think we can turn on the isotope line again. I'm slightly tempted to turn on the tier 3, but I'm wondering what that really gets me. I guess I would want to upgrade this fuel turbine. Yeah, I'll have to have a think about that. But we're on our way with these minerals. However, it does mean that trucks are going to become quite a bit more important. In fact, this is not a great place to be for these. Okay. I need to get up to 200. Ugh, actually, there's a couple of ugly things that I need to work with. So, one, I need to bring more people in. So if I can get three more bodies, that would be good. I'm gonna need to clear out this mineral patch, though. So I need influence to be able to bring in citizens, but I also need influence to clear out. Okay, well, that answers that. So now we wait for the 20 influence to claim the minerals patch. This is an interesting one. Again, we're at 57% on the rebel threat, so unless I can find, 5,000 sitting in my back pocket, I am in for a bumpy ride. But I am going to do a couple things. So number one, I'm going to get the transport hub down because I do need... this is going to be weird, actually. So I can build a roadway kind of surrounding this, but it's blocked here, and they're going to be driving through the hub. Still, it's okay. But yeah, so I'll buy a storage facility, and I think I'm actually just going to save for the shipyard. So amazingly, we may actually be able to pay our employees even after that extravagance. I won't complain. What I might start doing actually is, so we said mine, roads, factory goes here. So yeah, I think I'm actually going to start building the secondary factory for isotopes and basically just do the same thing. Nope, that's wrong. Mine, road, factory here. So factory, storage. Oh, wow. I have 3 people idle. Unless this floor is spick and span, there's no reason for them to be idle. Okay. Storage facility. Maybe not the wisest use of my resources right now, but it will, it'll actually remove a big source of pain. Also, part of this is just sort of putting down, like making a claim on some of these scarce resources. So, being able to get the factory down for some basics is kind of nice. There's obviously a lot of tier 2s just waiting to get picked up, but until I have somebody assigned to do it. Oh, actually, I should probably turn off this output module. Yeah, so I'm going to have even more. Is this hooked up to anything important? No. Maybe wait till they pull that off, but get rid of the waste module. So this one serves an important purpose, but this and this can go. Okay, I'll let them do their thing. Oh, Erlan.
Space station operations. Are you the replacement? Oh, never mind. You're the new founder, right? I'm Erlan Fletch, your local spaceport operator. But you can call me Fletch. Have you been up here? No? The space station is, well, it's right above you. Council operation, low-level orbit. Every few cycles, the Council arranges for a new set of trade ships to dock up here. They're carrying cargo and migrants, ready to head down to spaceports all over Titan's surface. You can find the spaceport in your city view. I hope you last longer than the last founder the Council sponsored. Seriously, it's rough out here.
Okay, so I'm going to do the same thing for isotopes in this factory here that I did for minerals. At some point I'm going to want to buy a bunch of vehicles, but with 68% rebel threat, I probably want to be earning as much money as I can, and that's going to mean using that council influence to request credits. One thing I can do is start putting down the road. Actually, there's going to be a few things that I do, so I just need to think, are there any big expenditure? Well, okay, I'll put down this storage for isotopes. That'll be helpful in a few ways. Okay, so now that that's down, I'm really trying to think about how I hook up to this smokestack, but there's really no options but to go out and around or to go through and destroy one of these ruins. I suppose one outside the box answer would be to move the smokestack entirely. So why wouldn't I want to put it here, I suppose, is the question. Well, I don't have a good power source. Well, even then, maybe that's not a good answer. Okay, let's do this as a hypothetical. Obviously, I'm going to need to still clear out everything for the roadway and all of that, but... combine these. Ooh, this is a scary number. So one of the things I can do to try and make it less scary is spend. Oh yeah, I still need trucks. I don't know. We'll make this work. First thing I want to do is get the smokestack up just to see if this is viable. Right, but I don't have the influence quite to put that down yet. So this one's only for isotopes. So the one thing I do get to do here is with this factor I can start saying minerals and isotopes are no longer welcome. These are purely for waste. And eventually I'm going to shut down the waste component as well. Again, one thing at a time. So I still need to combine these. That's going to be the last of my tier 2 isotopes. Oh wow, they burned through those quick. But still, there's tons on the ground. So maybe what we do is we should have one for each of those jobs. How many idle people do we have? 13, so that's more than we used to. That's not bad. Okay, so I should probably see what kind of... Oh, we're doing pretty well for tier 2 minerals, actually. So that lets me get started on the new production line for isotopes. I might even be able to get it done in one big go. Oh, that's right, that costs you. Okay. And then finally the power. Well, not exactly finally, because there's the inside bit we need to make. That guy did that from across the room. Give him a promotion. Okay, how are we doing with the mineral factory? Kind of back to the old problem of lots of stuff just sitting there, not being collected. Part of that might be because of the, now that I think of it, some of that might be because of the, oh, hang on. This is wasteful. I've just used up so many of my workers on construction. Wait a minute, I made this all mineral, didn't I? Okay, so dismantle those two. Oh, wow, this was a really boneheaded one. I'm obviously getting tired. Okay. Once all this gets built, I think we're going to shift our workers over to the new setup. Actually, I can't because I don't have power for that yet. I guess that'll give me something to think about, though. Okay, everything else, though, is good to go for... Well, sorry. Correction. Everything but the second... Okay. I'm really not sure what to do with this. So let's think about how we'd get power to this, I suppose. So if I put an energy pylon down, I was originally going to put turbines here, so that doesn't really work. And I suppose I could try a pylon here. Oh, that works pretty well, actually. Okay. Against my better oh, hang on. Oh no! Yeah, so against my better judgment, I think I'm gonna start putting down... Oh, that's right, hang on. We were trying some foolishness with the smokestacks. So I think the idea that I had was that I'd be able to run a highway sort of through all this. Excuse me. Run a highway so that I don't need to... so I've got more efficient waste transport. But that implies that I'm going to be using my influence for... Okay, how much money are we earning? 2,000 a shift. So if I can make that third... Like, this is the point I'm willing to potentially sell artifacts. But it really pains me to do it. So I guess these wind up being a wash. Well, no, because actually the rate at which we acquire tickets... Yeah, we're still going to exceed it for, like, we earn influence faster than we earn tickets. Okay, so, let's think about how I'm going to power all this stuff. So, for this, smokestack, let's say there's a road here. It'd be great if there was a way that I could get this... You know, if I made this a tier 3... Actually, I don't think it'd still quite fit. Okay, you know what? I don't need to get fancy with this. So, this would still work. I want to request the credits first, though. It does make me sad that these trucks are just sort of sitting idle here, but I think what I'm going to do, because the shipyard's going to be a very last-minute construction job, I think I'm going to make sure that I have the minimum of, like, the 200 mineral CUs, and then all the roads that I build are going to be on top of that. It does give me some very minor hope that we're actually going to be able to pull this nonsense off. I guess this thing doesn't need to be upgraded anymore if we're... okay, so we're still building towards a trade ticket first. I could also just try building turrets, but I don't think that's the done thing here. And I am conscious of the end of the workday, so I need to kind of need to mind my manners on that. So once we get that pylon built, there's actually a few things that are going to happen. Okay. So I just need 2K. I think we're going to miss it. I hate it when I have to pay employees. Because I'm just thinking, right, the rate at which we're generating trade tickets, I can donate the minerals, that's no problem, but the rate at which I'm going to be able to request credits is still too slow. But it does mean that we are going to be able to build a shipyard next cycle. And one thing I might do is convert some more employees into workers for the next turn. I'm not going to do it here because it means I'll have to pay them, but yes, okay. The other thing I need to keep in mind is I also need influence to be able to build roads. Need influence for everything. Okay, let's get you assigned. This is going to be a little goofy at the start, but okay, so this is processing something, so I'm going to dismantle the input. I am going to get somebody working the site. This is not accepting anything, though, so we can get somebody working there. Dismantle the waste, the storage container. Might as well blow up this waste, too. Actually, screw it. We'll just... Okay, yeah, so we need another 1,000, but we'll be in decent enough shape. Just as long as we can survive. Like, as long as the rebel attack doesn't come before we earn our next 1,000, we'll be okay. Okay, let's get somebody working the smokestack. Let's dismantle this one. And I'm also tempted, I think in this case we'll just... Well, I can't quite dismantle this factory and its storage quite yet, but that is high on my list of things that I want to blow up. Still got some time for the council ticket, so I'm going to start building a roadway. I'm going to build just a minimalist one. Like, it's going to get me where I need to go, and then... We'll worry about filling it out a little bit later. Oh yes, I did say I was also going to convert some more employees. So we've got room for 8 more. We've got 6 artifacts so far. And the good news on this one, removing artifacts removes rebel threat. So that also gives me a little bit of an edge. It does also remove my ability to earn money, so I am going to need to bring people back with ships. That's also going to cost influence, but I'll worry about that when it actually tells me I'm out of people. So one of the reasons why I'm sort of stressing about these roadways is I want to be able to get the waste going to the smokestack reasonably quickly. Also, I want to just be able to transport minerals and isotopes, you know, to the places where they're needed a bit faster as well, but that's kind of a secondary consideration right now. Okay. Puts us behind on requesting the credits, but we should have that in a little bit. I believe I need 1 more. At least until... We're getting there. We might even get this before the end of the next... before we start the next workday, actually. That'd be good if we do. But I won't hold my breath. Okay, I think I'm just going to build a long, snaky road. The first thing I think we want to do is get the... I think we do want to feed the smokestack even before the factory, as nice as it would be to get the factory set up. Oh, hang on. I think I said I was going to build the... God. Yeah, there's no good options here. I think I'm just going to have to build the fuel turbine here when the time comes. Okay, that's fine. But yeah, the aim is going to be to go to the smokestack first. We'll build some kind of storage along the way to get it set up for... we'll build waste storage so we can dismantle this storage facility. But again, that's a later thing. And eventually I'm going to convert this factory into a work-from-home setup, although the need for money isn't quite what it used to be. My bigger question right now is where I'm actually going to build this spaceport, because we are really, really cramped for space right now. I am going to be able to demolish this energy pylon and this factory at some point, but the problem is that doesn't actually get me my spaceport. Let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This potentially does, although it means that I need to... Actually, no, hang on, because I build the... Yeah, I build the highway up here. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. So, I'm going to need 30... Yeah, maybe I don't worry about... I think I'm going to build a big stack of influence. So we can start by demolishing this pylon. So the big thing I got to worry about now is if I build the shipyard and then it turns out that I don't have... Like if it turns out that I'm not able to place it anywhere, it's as good as not existing. Now, is there a better place that I can put the... I might actually want to put the smokestack back here at some point because of all these pollution-resistant buildings. I did lose that. But that would require a command center, and I can't quite build one of those yet. Okay. This might be a better spot. So I would like to put it where this artifact patch is, but there's almost certainly no way that I'm gonna... Okay, so fuel turbine's gonna go here, which means I can't put it lengthwise. So this would be... This is kind of the best I can do. Good news is it's only gonna be 40. Okay, this is the better of the two options I have before me.
I'm Sola Irala, your one and only Chief Logistics Officer. You call me if you want something or someone to go from point A to point B. I've been doing this a long time, and I've seen and moved it all. Vats of blood, live octopus, bodies, an 8-foot statue of Einar Pyr herself once. And just give me some time to rig a vehicle together, and I'll get it moving.
So once we start getting to the 90% level, I'm going to be a little worried, but... I'm going to try and destroy any artifacts that I wind up getting. I am also going to keep requesting credit, so we only need 500 now to get the shipyard. very slowly moving towards something positive. Okay, and we're able to dismantle the last of this setup. So I can't fully, again, I can't fully dismantle this whole, no, what am I doing? I can't fully dismantle everything here because I still need the power from these generators. These are generating, well, actually they're not generating that much. 18? Interesting. I'm gonna have to think about that. But yeah, right now I'm going to wait on this last little bit of ruins. I'm also going to need to claim, you know, some of the other plots. You know, okay, there is one other thing I can think of. So, we don't worry about the sinkhole here. So what if I build a shipyard like so? Fuel turbines here. Road out like this. Okay, either way I'm going to need to clear out this ruin, but I actually have two options available for the... I have two options available for the shipyard now. Also, I don't know why I said 500 away. We're 1,500 away. I know I was saving to clear out this ruin, but I'm starting to get a little nervous. I could actually start building the work from home setup inside here right away. Maybe that's an idea. It's obviously going to be weird. I'm going to have to cut some bits and pieces. It's like this is fine to go. Why am I building that out of tier 3s? Okay, so let's say we put a habitat pod down here, a couple monetization stations. Okay, that's still being destroyed. So we put one down here. Then I can get the inner circle built at least. A couple down like this. That also lets me build the energy bridge. So that's going to give me some flexibility in terms of destroying other parts. So obviously there's a lot of cleanup that needs to happen. That's going to be filling up my different waste facilities, but we can still mess around a little bit. Okay, so one of those down, one of those down. So I'm going to eventually be able to destroy... Yeah, I'll be able to destroy a couple of these. Almost at that 20. First priority is to get more workers if I can. Second priority is to clear the way. Third priority is to build highways. The reasons why highways are a little bit less of a priority now is that they require... Like, I've got the resources that I need. Okay, so I don't need a second energy bridge. These should do the trick. Okay. So yeah, like I said, this is going to be weird, but... This is... Nope, it's still working. Okay. everything we can fit. We probably could if we had... oh, hang on. I can make things a little more efficient. So one of you and one of you. So that's not quite going to get me what I need for this generator. Actually, I think I'm short on both of those generators, but I can at least get these ones out of the way. Actually, I bet I can do that now. It's getting close. Yeah, we prepared the way. So I'm going to need 4 to claim the plot. Okay, I gotta get the money. All right, showtime. What? Oh, right. We need the 4 influence. Okay. Next up, we've got an artifact, so every little bit helps in terms of holding back rebel tempers. Next up, now I want to earn influence. So I'm actually going to start donating some minerals to... so what I want to do is build a highway to the shipyard when I can. So... some intermediate steps. We'll get these down. So I'm going to need 20 to clear out these ruins. Yeah, I'll just let this run by. I think getting the 20 for the ruins is probably the higher priority. And we just simply want this thing built, so that's not as critical. What are we looking at for... I don't think we're going to be able to buy another building, and it's actually better for me to have more vehicles. So I'm just going to buy as many trucks as I can to set this all up. If I get a chance to buy one more before 4, so much the better. Might even talk to the council. Well, I guess decision time. Do I want to request credits from the council? I probably can't afford it. Got 20 minutes left in the shift. Building complete. Building complete. What? Lies. I got 258. Come on. There we go. All right. 95. Oh god, this is so ugly. How do I get more stuff out of my list of...
I see you
No!
didn't my last warning, so I'll show you just how serious I am.
All right, let's get that goss off.
Surrender now, and I might show you mercy. Proceed to fight, and I'll destroy you.
When will they grow tired of this nonsense? Deal with them swiftly, Founder. Our patience is growing thin.
This might be a problem for this factory. I might even just launch a dummy so that I can pull them into the defense turret. So yeah, donating minerals is going to give me what I need for the... Okay, the fact that that seems to be moving pretty quick, so let's hold our breath. I do not like the angle that that's coming in. Oh, actually... Okay, the urgency is now gone. Although we're not going to be able to repair our... we're not actually going to be able to repair our turret. So I think I'm going to hold off on any further purchases until... So basically, if things wind up on fire, I'm going to need to hit the council up for some cash. And if things don't catch fire, then we can use that influence to build the rest of our highways. But we didn't actually intend to use this thing in combat, so the urgency behind building it is completely gone. Getting high on waste, but that's probably because we're schlepping it by... Well, is it possible to schlep anything but by hand? So, I mean, they are going for, like, a win here, right? Like, they are taking out my headquarters, but clearly, like, they've done 50 damage to the headquarters. Our turret's done over half of their health. That math works in my favor. So overall, it's been a bumpy start, but we're in actually a pretty decent place at the end of this round because I sort of have the ability to defend myself now. I'm not entirely out of the woods. Like, there are some things that I'm going to want to do, but at least in terms of like getting some of the basics down and being able to have something of like a functioning economy, we're in good shape for that. Okay, so we are going to want to repair all that.
I underestimated you. Or should I say, I underestimated how much weaponry the Council's money could buy. I'm going to enjoy stamping you into the ground next time.
We're under strict instructions from the Council to ignore Bahar's, and I quote, perverse ramblings. The Council will be pleased that we bested them this time. Let's make sure we do the same next time, too.
Hello, Immortal Velity. Yeah, so... my biggest source of influence expenditure is going to be just getting the last of these highways down. I might still want to leave this open for... Ooh. Yeah, I might want to leave this open for another shipyard. Like I said, it's going to be cramped and weird, but... we're in an okay spot for now. I can also just get a bunch more of these fuel silos built. Like, the thing to remember is that we have actually got our 2 production lines up. Also, we're generating a lot of power now, so I think the time has come for me to dismantle the old the old setup. Now, I'm not crazy about the fact that we're also going to be killing a fuel fabricator here, but it wasn't really going to be contributing that much. So. At this point, I think the money that I'll be getting is more important. Too much garbage. Okay, that means we can also get rid of these relays. I can give my people a little bit of an incentive to clear that out by giving them an order. I don't necessarily want it all clean, but this is going to get in the way of me doing stuff that I value. Okay, that's actually not looking too bad. So again, some of this is because of the strangeness regarding my ability to generate power. Yeah, that's going to sort itself out over time. Okay, so let's start clearing out some of these blocks. Okay, so one thing I want to think about, do I want to clear out these two ruins and hug the spaceport? No, because then I can't put a shipyard in here. So we do clear out these ruins first. But he can still hug the spaceport. At some point I want to put down the fuel turbines here. Then I can put the storage for... Okay, yeah, so here's how this is going to work. This is going to be reserved for another shipyard when the time comes. Highway here, storage for waste here. Highway goes out and around like so. Fuel turbines like so. And then I guess this just gets left on its own. And yeah, we are full up on waste, unfortunately. I'm really reluctant to put another one down here, but I do have the minerals for it, so there's really no good excuse for not doing that. It's just it's not connected to a highway, so it's a really crappy way of transporting it to the smokestack. Okay, let's get that highway down. We're almost there. Obviously the smokestack's the first priority. I think storage for the smokestack's next one. And then at some point I do actually need to finish building the Goshawk, but clearly the rebel camp is not a threat right now. In fact, arguably I'm gonna dismantle this. I'm gonna see if I can get away with building some large ships early. That may be a really, really stupid choice, and I will be kicking myself later for it, but for now I'm gonna live with it. Okay, so we're basically just gonna be waiting for these little stacks of 4 council influence. I'm actually going to cancel this now, and I'm actually going to do something weird. So I'm going to turn off waste. So it's like, well, why are you doing that? The reason for doing that is so that when the time comes, the units are basically going to just transport that, hopefully transport all of that to the storage facility here. At the very least, what I can do is I can dismantle them and then I can dismantle the factory, so it's just a big pile of waste sitting in the middle of nowhere. But obviously all of that depends on this stuff being hooked up properly first.
Hey, Founder. Nice to see you're still kicking. Last job I had, the Founder didn't make it a week. I'm not exaggerating. Everyone thinks I'm exaggerating about that. He actually died after 1 week. He wanted to be physically on site at a ruined salvage op. There's a reason we do that stuff with employees, you know? You get a couple of good lungfuls of ruined debris and you're good as done. It's what drives people into military contracting, actually. It isn't exactly safer to do military work here on Titan, but construction and salvage, they kill you slow. At least with private military stuff, if you're gonna die, you die quick. My staff appreciates that. And they got incredible body mods now. I have a couple myself. My doc told me I can survive depressurization for half a minute. So yeah, I'd much rather be doing this Ironsides work, getting ships and guns in the air, than digging in the dirt. Anyway, keep sharp, Founder. I want you alive as long as possible. Because you're the one with the council funding.
I was hopeful. Alright, so we're gonna hook up that storage facility. Gonna slowly claim these rock patches one by one. I'm also gonna need to take that plot. So it looks like we need 4, 8... Do I own this? Cool, just 12 then. And we'll have a full road... I mean, it's not the road network I want, but we'll have a road network that... the road network will cover... like all the major production centers. So this stuff's not going to get built until it's not going to get built until until they have a place to put the waste, which will be in just a minute. Now, eventually I'm going to want to do a bunch of upgrades for a bunch of this stuff. That's going to be especially important when I want another shipyard up and running. But I think what I want to do first is get the fuel turbine at this ruins up and running first. And maybe even the one over here before I go too far. Like, the road network is relatively inexpensive as far as influence goes, so I don't mind taking the time to get all that set up. Okay, there we go. Just need the 4 for this one. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like the fact that, in fact, we'll just turn this thing on so I don't forget. I feel like the fact that I can't actually have my income-producing stuff running. Without having to sort of, game my storage, that's probably a sign that I need to be navigating the, the fuel limitations better. So again, there's a few things that I'm going to do out of this. So number one, I'm going to get the turbines up. I'm going to try and upgrade them as much as I can, etc., etc. Number two, I'm actually going to basically put fuel storage, like I'm going to surround every crevice that I can with fuel storage, and ideally upgrade it, because I'm hoping that that's going to give me this nice sort of floor of fuel that's automatically generating for situations like this. So, like, it's worth keeping in mind, like, we've got so much fuel stored that we can actually run this deficit for a fairly long time and not have to worry about it, which is a nice place to be. Now, of course, the catch is that these are all great targets for the rebels, and they are certainly going to take advantage of that. I can't remember. I don't think we paid our people. I think we're still waiting on... yeah. But yeah, so I think now we're shifting our priorities a little bit. Actually, so the first thing I can do is get this fuel turbine belt in this area here. So let's get that started. Now again, we need employees for that. So this stuff doesn't come for free. But we are going to be increasing the number of employees that we have. We'll also eventually we'll tap this artifact patch, which will be a good source of workers. But I don't know, like right now I don't think it hurts to have a bit of a surplus of workers because we just have so much stuff that we need to clean. I also totally forgot to... There we go. So yeah, the idea here is, where I can, I'm gonna, dismantle all of this and clean it out. But the real advantage is that we now have the ability to just send trucks to, dump waste into the storage facility, and then we have a pretty short trip to send it to the smokestack for processing. Speaking of, I don't think we need people moving minerals. I think that can happen on its own. And we have 17 free employees, so I think that's a decent place to be. I don't think we need to worry too much about manually moving people around. I am going to need to think about wrapping up reasonably soon, but let's see if we can get to the 20 influence that I need. I'm also tempted to request more credits, but I can earn some trade tickets first. So. And we can start requesting the repairs now because we're earning money. So I think this will be the last... I think this is the last building I'm going to be able to build that will earn me fuel. That's not like one of these strange fuel silos. So we need 25 more on the tier 3s. Well, we're really not doing that well as far as money. I think I'm actually just going to take the opportunity to buy a bunch more trucks. Oh, we haven't upgraded the whole way, so... Okay, that's fine. Maybe we buy some more buildings? Conversion center seems like a really good idea. Also, oh no, industrial I thought it said industrial farm. I'm like, I wonder what that is. Okay, still waiting on tier 3. What on earth is going on here? We just quietly ran out of power without me looking. How embarrassing. So I'm going to turn off the... Wow, that factory's not enough either. Oh, well, we don't need the shipyard, so... I am a clown. I've had employees sitting in the isotope factory doing literally nothing. This will hurt my energy, but... Okay, we're on a leisure cycle, so I'm gonna get some upgrades for some of these things in here. Let's also hit... Okay, another fuel turbine down. This is probably overkill, but like I said, we don't know what the... We don't really know what the demands are going to be on the grid. So I'll keep the shipyard off for now, but it's nice to know we have a little more flexibility for power. I am going to try and upgrade the fuel turbines when I can, because I would eventually like to get this to a level 3, but we need 90 for that. So, just so I can be sure, alright, so we're churning away with our isotopes, which is good news. Minerals are happening as well. And at some point, I'm going to need to consider building some mines. I'm going to worry about that later. So let's start clearing out some of these ruins. Yeah, everybody's been ignoring these. In fact, maybe it's better for me to ignore the ruins for a while, and... Does this count as failure to pay? Yeah, okay. Actually, it just occurred to me there's a huge drain on my grid just from those conversion centers, so once I get the last 4, we'll be in better shape.
Extraction complete.
But yeah, until I get the 90 on the... Until I get the 90 for the tier 3, and then kind of the subsequent upgrades for the fuel turbines, I think we're just going to keep focusing on that. And if it turns out that we run out of like tier 1 minerals or isotopes, I'll have to obviously change the plan to deal with these mineral nodes. But yeah, in this case here, I've done a bit of a... It's very different from how I normally handle the idea of like room for my citizens. Normally I will actually be working on residential areas much earlier on. One of the things that's keeping me from doing that is I kind of want to build these fuel silos a little bit more often, but it does make the surrounding area quite unpleasant. So the potential areas for me to build residential areas are quite limited, which, again, I wasn't entirely expecting, but it is fun to try new things in the game, so I don't want to be too married to one particular playstyle, especially because it's not always the most efficient for getting things done or getting things done quickly. Anyways, like I said, though, I want to clear out these ruins. So I'm not going to save up for the artifacts, for now at least. In fact, what I might do... Oh wow, they're really pounding the residential on a lot of these things. That's going to be fun to deal with in some future playthroughs, I think. I do at some point want to consider my science as well. Actually, I guess I've got 3 to play with, so... Harvesting rate I'm not that focused on. Pollution resistance would be good. Trade tickets are definitely good. Okay, so I've got 3 to play with. Let's focus on council tickets. No! Cool. Reducing the waste generate. There's actually a lot of good things inside here. And yeah, like, the protective masks and all of that are good. Reducing truck pollution. Like, I can see all of that stuff working. but it's not quite as critical as some of the other things I'm thinking. Okay, so we're going to get these for the spaceport. This is going to just demolish my fuel. I almost accidentally scrapped something that I wanted. Okay, I gotta be careful with this shipyard because I'm out of isotopes. So unless I want to build a mine, sorry, I'm not. I'm almost out of isotopes. So unless I want to build a mine, and I am gonna have to eventually, well, but I've got 21 tier 2s, so those will eventually turn into tier 3s, so I'm okay. But I'm going to want to build a command center, which is going to need tier 3, and I'm going to want to build... so mine's going to need tier... No, that's going to need tier 3. Okay, so I'm going to want 2 tier 2s, 4, 6, 7 tier 3s. That's actually a pretty... significant drag on my needs. Well, then again, I can also buy them from the council, so... now, I'm going to turn this shipyard off almost immediately. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, this is a nice to have for the future. I also like the fact that they're both hooked up to the road network, so the trucks can do their thing. Oh, wow. I forgot these things are ready to go. But yeah, I'm kind of hoping that this energy plant can keep us going for a while. In fact, the best would be if the energy plant can keep us going for a while and I only need this upgraded one and this one. And so I don't need to give up another employee, but I'm probably being too optimistic. Then again, surplus of 55 with the tier 3. Maybe. If I could upgrade this one, I'd feel a little bit better, but... Cool. So we don't need to worry about this one at all. That's some good news. So now I can start worrying about where I get my next batch of migrants. Okay, so what have we done? We've got 2 shipyards down. We've got full production lines for minerals and isotopes. We have power for everything and a surplus of 79. Which goes away when we turn on the shipyards, admittedly, but let's not think too carefully about that. So I need a lot of minerals, like a lot, because of the... oh, actually, I also need a lot of cash. Okay, so here's the game plan. First of all, this is a really pathetic amount of money to be earning, and we have space for 16 more citizens, so hopefully we'll be able to bring some more in. I'm going to want to launch... So the reason I need the money is so that I can launch the top class... the top class of ship. So there's going to be... This is definitely going to be something that... Like, there's going to be some finesse involved in this. There are 7 rebel camps. So there's 2 ways that I can approach this. It did say that it was a short duration. So either I go very aggressively towards the objectives, or I go all out and try and take out as many rebel bases as I can so that I can have the kind of the freedom and the flexibility to do the things that I want. Now, if I go and try to blow up 7 rebel camps, I'm going to be facing like wave 10 before I earn my reprieve from the rebels. Now, with 4 large ships, maybe I can pull that off, but I want to be really, really clear on the fact that I am deciding to do that, and that is a consequence of my choices, as opposed to sort of waking up and discovering, oh, maybe this wasn't the smartest thing for me to do. And of course, in order to get those tier 4 ships, I'm going to need a lot more money. So that's why I sort of feel like maybe some of my influence should be going towards those ships. I'm also really curious why we haven't built this thing yet. But yeah, so this fuel turbine, not going to touch it. I'm actually really happy to have my people, you know, focusing on other things. At some point, I'm going to want to build a command center so that I can put... So it's actually ideal to kind of put the smokestack down in this area because we'll have the added sensor range, we'll have 2 pollution absorption, although again, in fairness, the wind's blowing the other way. And I know I'm already going to be building these things in here. So like a command center here or here. Actually, even here. Yeah, we can make it work. One of the other things I'm going to need to think about at some point is... it's like I do want to get these other fuel silos down. But right now you can see that it's actually taking a while to fulfill like everything that I have on my list. So maybe what I'll do is I'll put down, maybe I'll reserve the resources by putting down the mines and just not turning them on. Excuse me. Because like as far as minerals are concerned, there's still things we can pick up off the ground. Isotopes, less clear. Actually, we're out of isotopes already. There's some on the ground we can pick up, but whether or not they actually do that is another question. Okay, well... I'm actually going to keep this on. I'm just going to remove the employee from this assignment. So the reason for this is I can at least have some workers doing their thing while this happens. But I still have a realistic idea of how much power I have available to me. So yeah, the mine has actually become a higher priority, so I'm actually going to start that now. Okay. I was slightly nervous that I misjudged the distance, but we're good. I am going to need to find a source of power for this, but that's... I'm going to be able to find a way around that. Okay, 42 left for... Well, 40 now. For influence. There is some sense in claiming the Obsidian Ruins. Getting the artifact patch now will enrage the rebels. So what do I do? What do I do? I think I will claim the artifact patch even if I don't work it. Because at least then I have the option of building more workers. Because it's not like minerals and isotopes also have an effect on the threat level as well. It's just not as profound as artifacts. Okay, that's the play. So we wait till we have 60 influence, we claim the artifact patch, we turn off the... hang on. Yes, you do have power. Actually, I should clear this ruins first, because this is probably going to be where the power comes from. And for the command... Yeah, so I guess I've abandoned the artifact patch. But it just occurred to me, I probably also want to get that command center reserved as well. So the question is, do I put it here or do I put it here? Technically, if I were to get the sensor... Actually, the funny thing is that this gives me sensor range 10, this gives me sensor range 9, so I really don't need to activate both. $7,000, $5,000 for the least expensive of these. There's no way I'm going to get enough money for that. I was going to say... Maybe I can relax the priority on cleanup, but it's occurring to me that we have 157 mineral jobs and 4 isotope jobs, and not a lot of people are doing them. So I think we're just going to leave that be. But we did pay our workers, so this is my nice little opportunity to bring more people into the fold. More importantly... Okay, so we can kill 4... Actually, I'm just gonna leave this be. So yeah, this is the effect that artifacts have on the threat level, by the way. Okay, so let's think about expansion plans. The best way to answer this, honestly, is to claim this ruin and just activate it. I feel bad doing that, but it works. So, what I'm trying to decide is it better for me to get a little bit of extra distance here, or is it better for me to get a little extra distance here? My natural inclination is actually to go this way, because we're going to have pollution sort of zooming this way. But it sort of depends what's available to us from either of these areas. I definitely want to have a command center in one of these 2 areas so that I can build the roadway around to where I actually want my smokestack. Which I suppose makes it irrelevant to have this storage facility here now that I think of it, but let's not worry about that. Okay. More goodies here, but less building space. This actually does not tell me anything. Yeah, the real shame about this is that this doesn't actually give me any information. This doesn't settle the question for me any more than... I'll take this one. Okay, we wanted our other mine, so I'll put that down now. Okay, so this is good news. Now, one of the tricky things about, or not tricky, but one of the tricks you can do about in Industries of Titan is that as long as you have it, it doesn't take it away from you. So what I mean by that is that I have 36 employees, but now I only have space for 20. The 16 employees do not stop working. Now, I am eventually going to lose some of them when I build the ships, but that's fine. Like, right now I've got a big surplus of workers. Now, there is also a very large bill for those workers, so I don't entirely get that for free. But it's basically a chance for me to sort of catch up on a lot of this extra work. So my hope is that while all of this is going on, they're going to be able to do things like clean up the waste, they're going to be able to move the minerals, basically just do all of this extra stuff that previously wasn't getting done. Trying to decide what shape I want the roads to be. Let's hug the water body. Oh, that's unexpected. I was thinking it would be a little... Okay, that's fine. We can upgrade. I don't exactly... Or, no, this mine I do want operating. And there's actually a really good argument for me to upgrade the transport hub right now, because you can see all of these trucks being used. Now, one catch is that that's going to be a drain on finances, and I am going to want to build one of those big ships. So I think... That is a question. Do I want to... Do I want to let my industry stagnate, or do I... Yeah, I'm actually really not sure how I think about how I feel about that.
Oh, hey there, Founder. You caught me in the middle of something. I was just running some tests. Not the air quality tests for our city. I got interns to do those. I mean the other tests. I ever tell you about the other tests? Okay, listen up. You're gonna like this, I think. So you know how Titan has no air quality safety laws? Literally none. Well, that means that everyone who's not rich enough to buy a high-quality air mask is breathing in really bad stuff. And thanks to the incredibly lax privacy laws here, I'm able to buy a lot of their medical data. I can see exactly where all these citizens live, how much crap they're breathing in, what it's doing to their bodies. It's almost like testing pollutants on live humans. Except I'm not ethically responsible for any of it. It just sort of happens around me. That's really the ideal position for a researcher like me. Anyway, it's why I took the gig here on Titan. No rules. Well, way fewer rules, and nobody's paying attention.
A man after my own heart. I like Vern. Vern definitely becomes a much more sinister figure with these added bits of dialogue. Okay, so at some point I'm going to want to put down a command center. Okay, so basically I'm focusing a lot on my minerals now. I am going to want to finish these mines, but these mines can already be upgraded. Can already be connected. I'm going to want to put down 2 mines here, just so I know that or actually I guess I put them here. Well, wherever I put them. I'm going to want to make sure that I have them in place for the mineral node for the odd chance that I finish. Actually, you know what? I won't even worry about building the mineral mine just because we've got the mineral patch here. But at some point I'm going to want to make sure I get the mineral extraction down. And then the command center is just so that I can build the road network where I want it and, I don't know, just generally get stuff done. But yeah, I think that command center is actually the higher priority now. So I do want to try and get my citizen number up. Maybe... So one thing I'm thinking of as a possibility is, well, I'm definitely going to need to clear out these ruins, so let's extract those. One possibility I'm thinking of, like, is basically I'm trying to think when I buy the ridiculous number of trucks. So one thing I can do is start using these trade tickets to get some credits. But that means I can't extract from buildings, but that's fine because, you know, I don't have a lot that I need from them. Yeah, okay, well let's start requesting credits. If nothing else, that just gets the trade tickets ticking again. We'll try and buy the biggest ship that we can. So like my preference would be we walk away with Cathartes, but I may have to settle for, so that's 7,000. I may have to settle for Serimas, which is still fine. This is actually slightly slower, but better hull. I don't know. Cathartes is definitely a strong one. But yeah, essentially, I need those 200. I need those 200 minerals for the command center before I build anything else. That's so sad. Look at all those people walking. This is why we need to buy those trucks. Okay, I don't think I want to wait for the 200 tonight. I'm already over an hour past what I would normally do, and I actually have some stuff that I need to finish tonight. Excuse me. So I think I'm gonna leave it here. But yeah, just to recap what's going on. So essentially, we've got an industrial base down. We are, generating waste. There's some inefficiencies in terms of. Oh, actually, there's one thing I can put down, which is a waste receptacle. Yeah. So like, there's a few little inefficiencies that I can. I can address, but for the most part, like, we're doing the thing that we want. Like, we're taking tier 1s, turning them into tier 2s, processing them as rapidly as we can. The only thing that would be better is if we had dedicated people sort of managing the inputs and the outputs. But I sort of feel like I should have a better plan for getting and keeping employees. Actually, while I was finishing my explanation, we got what we needed for the command center, so we'll put that down. Now, we don't have the power for this, but we'll be able to. There's ways we can get that. I'm not as concerned as. I could probably just upgrade this energy pylon, but I don't think that's going to be how I do it. But yeah, so basically keeping the production lines running, that's sort of priority number 1. We've got that down. The biggest efficiency that I can get right now is to buy more trucks so that we can just have more activity going on. But for the most part, like, we're in good shape as far as that's concerned. We're kind of a sitting duck right now, so I definitely want to get those ships in the sky as quickly as possible. And we are short on isotopes, so this is why I'm going to get this mine up and running. But yeah, unless something catastrophic happens as far as my as far as the cache is concerned, or like if the rebels just sort of come out of nowhere and demolish us, I think we're in a fairly decent spot. I actually have space for more ships than I normally would at this point. And how I'm going to try and translate that into an advantage is to basically just build an HQ killer style fleet and try and get the rebel bases taken out fairly early. There will be consequences for that, because taking out rebel bases does anger the rebels. Hey, full on citizens too. But again, like, just being able to do that early will mean a big advantage for us. Also, I've got a large number Probably isn't the smartest thing for me to do, but I'm actually going to go to that top tier of the transport hub. Because again, like, I can build the mine later. We've got the main thing that I need, which was... Actually, you know what? I probably would have wanted to upgrade the command center, but that's fine, because I can... I have the mine built now, so... So I suspect there's going to be a little bit of... Yeah, I think a dedicated employee to empty mines is kind of a must now. Actually, no, maybe what we do... Be neat if we could just assign it to the higher level and just say if you've got like one of these 3 tasks. Yeah, actually, that would be really good, because like if you could get it divided among these different tasks and say it's like if you're not doing something, like if you're not doing, if you're not handling inputs, like clear out the outputs and all of that, that would be pretty good. All right, I'll worry about that later. The thing I'm worried about is we're just going to have a bunch of resources sitting in the mine that are going unused. But maybe the trucks will handle that. I'm not sure. We'll see. That's something I'll think about. Because again, dedicated employees are nice, but they, like, it does mean that they're not able to do other important things. As for the rest of it, though, Transport Hub was probably the biggest priority for upgrades for me. We've already got our Tier 3 energy plant. So as long as I can make enough money, I'm going to feel pretty good about where the playthrough is. But yeah. I'm actually going to follow through on my promise to stop playing. It's not really November 30th anymore, but it is a convenient lie. All right, let's see where we're at on Twitch. At everything closed. I'm sorry, I kind of spaced out at the end there, but I had some thinking to do, and I actually have not gotten a full night's sleep all week or last weekend, or, well, yeah, it's been a while since I've had a good night's sleep. So first thing I'm going to check is if anybody's doing Industries of Titan. Sadly, they are not. So I'm going to send you off to Outworld. I know that I've been hosting him a lot, but he's also been doing a variety of things. So tonight he's been playing Half-Life 2. He's gotten past that really hair-raising bridge section in Half-Life 2, but he's been having a really fun time of it. And I've known Outworld for a really long time on Twitch, but I think one of the things that I secretly like the most when I watch his stuff is he's known, as his name might imply, he's really kind of known for his Mortal Kombat stuff, but I think the real gems of his broadcast tend to be when he's playing something that he enjoys and like he's playing it just for fun. So he did some Metal Gear Solid, he's done MechWarrior. Actually, he's a big BattleTech fan. And I know like he gets a bunch of people unfollowing and unsubscribing whenever he does fun side stuff like that. But it's actually really fun. Like you just hear he laughs a lot more when he's doing those kinds of games. So it's actually something I really like being able to support with him. He's got like 103 people watching him now, so like he doesn't exactly need the views, but this is one of the nice things for me at least to be able to watch him do that sort of stuff. So I'm going to leave you in his capable hands. I will be back Friday. I'm not 100% sure what I'm playing yet, but we'll figure that out. And until then, have a lovely evening, and we'll see you in December.